We have reached the magic quorum number, so we will get started. And good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. I thought I'd just kick off with some thoughts on how we could be operating our meetings after chatting with some of you and have been approached by a few and received a few requests to try and keep discussions on subject and on time. So that basically, as I said last meeting, that depends on you, and hopefully we will want to make these meetings more efficient with less of what some described as needless and pointless debate and disagreement. I've had some feedback that I need to be stricter when some of you launch into long rambling history lessons and preambles to questions. Much of it we have heard countless times. So I'll be keeping a closer eye on that, and if I feel you're heading off in a direction, and I've crossed out the word that says waffle in my little notes here, but if I find that you're heading off in a direction that is neither relevant or a question, I will step in and encourage an actual question or you to wind up. That possibly, Morris, if you don't interrupt me, yes. I also want us to take a more strategic approach to matters we raise with the likes of Auckland Transport or any of the presenters, with any personal local issues taken offline so that staff can concentrate on what we are here to hear. There are processes in place for us to raise things with the people who are presenting. And so I have, as chair, advised those presenting when confronted with questions that are local or personal in nature to advise you that they will come back offline, they will respond to that offline, so we do not go down the rabbit holes we have been going. And so, look, I'm always happy to learn, and so if people want, we can either hang around here if we get through today in a timely manner. I'm happy for us to hang around here and to receive some feedback from people, but also if you need to do that, you know where I am and I'm not hard to get hold of. So please, if you want to give me some benefit of your wisdom and that I can always learn from, happy to take that. So again, the shape of our meeting is in your hands, and so I ask that we work as well as we can together to get through them and without heading down too many rabbit holes. So with that all done and dusted, I just want to also wish Deputy Mayor and Morris Williamson a happy birthday. I was going to say that Desley is representing all of the Jaffas in the region today with her resplendent orange outfit. I have nothing for you, Morris, other than to say nice haircut. You are very, very flash. So happy birthday to both of you. How cute, you share a birthday. Apologies. First up, we have apologies from the Mayor on council business. Lateness for Josephine, early departure for Julie and... Oh, no, that was yesterday. And it's early departure for Alf. So any other apologies? None? Someone like to move? Thank you, Morris. Seconded by Desley. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. We do have some requests for attendance by electronic link. So we have requests from Alf, Lotu, Greg and Ken. Haven't had any others, so thank you, Wayne. Seconder. Thank you, Richard. Those in favour say aye. And aye. Against, carried. We'll just take a second just to flick them the link so they can come on.
Point of order. Not really a point of order, but the rules you gave us earlier would not have been heard by those online. So
I'll send it to them. I'm not repeating it. That would be wasteful. Okay, so we'll give them the opportunity to come online, but they're not going to miss much for the first couple of more minutes. So just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest. Any declarations? Perfect. Okay, next item is confirmation of the minutes from the 13th of February. Someone like to move? Yep. Thank you, Kitten. Oh, second, Desley. Any issues? Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. We've had no petitions. We did have a few requests for public input. We had 5. I declined 4. And then basically declined 5 because they didn't come back to us with information as to what they wanted to present on. Basically, the requests were from Break, the road safety charity, Greater Auckland, Movement Mobility for the 21st Century, Boopsy Murrin and Bike Auckland, all wanted to speak on the speed rule, and I deemed that it wasn't a function of this committee, it is a function of the Auckland Transport Board. We have no direction power to direct the Auckland Transport Board in regards to that, and so we are also holding a workshop that is being organised at the moment with Auckland Transport in regards to the response to the changes in the speed rule, and we will have the opportunity there to discuss with them how we deal with that. Chris?
Okay, I've got that message from you. So if there are any other matters that come before this committee that are deemed to be the function of the Auckland Transport Board, we will, you're saying as chair, we are not able to receive any public input, where they are functions of AT Board or any other entity within the family group.
So every request will be treated consistently, and so there may be times when there are things that we have a function. So I can't say yes, blanket, but what I am saying, and I said it in my very first meeting as chair, I will treat these requests with absolute consistency so that everybody knows what it is, and I'm guided by standing orders. And again, it comes back to what I was saying before, is that we do tend to drive down rabbit holes that are needless. So
there may be functions where responsibilities are with other entities within the group where there can be a hearing of some issues, because your initial comment was where the functions lie elsewhere, they will not be heard here. But now I'm hearing there's maybe some flexibility there.
Where standing orders allows people to come along and present to us, they will be given that opportunity. Where it is contrary to standing orders, which we have all agreed on, I will be ruling consistently on that.
Thank you.
Great. So we have had no local board input. There are no extraordinary items. So the first item on the agenda is the CRL update. And so great to have John Bridgman, the chair, and Patrick Rocky, the CE, here. So come on up, gentlemen. Oh, and Mark's coming up too. Mark Lambert from AT. So welcome. And as I say, this is to receive an update as to how things are going on under the city. So morning and welcome to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee again for the opportunity to come along and update you on City Rail-Link and where we're going and how we're getting on. I just wanted, if I could, to open with a couple of comments about the project before I had to hand over to Pat, who will run through the presentation and update you on progress and how that's progressing. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge, since we've been here, since I was last here, we've got a new chief executive, Pat Rocky, who was been with the project for quite a few years. I think since 2019, very soon after we got underway with City Rail-Link. And so it's very familiar, and I'm pleased to say in the 6 months effectively you've been in the role, you're doing an absolutely sterling job, and getting the team working well and progressing in what is a very challenging part of the project. as we've outlined to you previously, testing and commissioning and getting the facility to a working, safe and operable position is the most challenging part after building the concrete and underground works. And we've made some really good start on that. We've had the first train operating through the tunnel, and that's continuing. We've now got trains running in both directions and up to about 40 kilometres an hour through the tunnel. People are starting to notice the trains turning up at Britomart and the doors not opening, and then seeing them disappear into the tunnels, which is an exciting prospect. It's quite a significant thing for the project and has created a lot of momentum internally amongst the project team, such a milestone. And in the coming weeks, the trains will get up to 70 kilometres an hour, which is the sort of operable speed for the testing program. And it's fair to say that the trains are working well, and it's doing what we would want it to do without significant hurdles in that aspect. That's not to say the rest of the testing and commissioning will necessarily go as well. There's history has told us on these projects to expect challenges, and we will face those as they come, and surely they will come. The other thing I wanted to just open with was, since we were last here, there's been a bit of speculation about the commercial aspects associated with the project, and I just wanted to front foot that if I could. The project is going well. We have a good, very good working relationship with the Link Alliance and the key construction partners, and that is progressing. There was speculation as to time and cost, particularly when it was revealed we had an assessment or review being done on the project. That's the third of a number of reviews that have been done, and continues to provide us with a good basis for dialogue with the contractors about how they can improve and what they can do better and what the end of the project looks like. And we've received an action plan from the last review, which the contractors are acting on and progressing with. And with any major project, there is commercial discussions. There's a lot of money at stake, and we have those commercial discussions on an ongoing basis. And we expect that to continue through past completion of the project. And both sides would anticipate that not to be an unusual event. We don't see significant problems in us being able to do that. But obviously it's not a conversation we can have in the public domain. It's one that needs to be held within the confines of the parties involved, and we'll continue to do that and keep shareholders abreast of challenges should those occur. But those were the opening comments I wanted to make, and sure, happy to answer questions perhaps at the end if they relate to those. But hand over to Pat to give you a bit more detail about some of those aspects.
Thank you, John. Good morning, and thank you for giving us a chance to talk about the latest update on the project. I'll hope this is working. Here we go. As John just talked about, look, a very exciting time with the first train on the 12th of February. I was down there. There was a reasonable sized crowd there wishing us well with the first train, and I'm also aware from those, including my daughter, who's travelling on the train every day, seeing the test train come through and go out the other side at Britomart is a unique experience that a lot of people, a lot of commuters are really looking forward to, and seeing the test train go through the tunnel through Britomart is quite exciting. So it's an exciting time for the project. I don't know if this will come up as there was meant to be a short video with this, and just going to see if that works. Perhaps. Not sure, Victoria, if this...
We're just bringing someone up, Pat.
Okay,
try and operate that.
We can always come back to it too, Chair.
I don't think there was one, it wasn't contained within the pack, there was a
Right.
full picture, but the video
Okay.
wasn't there.
It was going to be a short video of just the journey of the first train through the tunnel from Britomart right up to Mangawhau station.
We are going to try and get it for you, but carry on.
Thank you. And as John pointed out, it's testing is going well. Multiple trains running through the tunnels, and the maximum speed, we call it line speed, is 70 kilometres per hour. So we hope to achieve that in the next few days. From a health and safety point of view, our performances, and certainly the performance of Link Alliance, our contractor, is extremely good. But we're very much aware we're in a heightened risk area of the project with the overhead line energisation, which occurred early February before first train, and then we have multiple train running through the tunnels. And that is in addition to the systems work that we're doing, and that's putting power through the systems, the various systems that we will have in the tunnels and in the stations. So we're at what I would call not a necessarily risky part of the project, but certainly one where we're very focused on health and safety and maintaining the good track record that the project has. But there are increased areas that we need to focus on with energisation of the tunnels and, of course, powering up of the systems within the stations themselves. So we're certainly not complacent. As a general update, we've covered first train. Construction itself is over 90% complete, and we'll show some photos of the station shortly. The contractor, Link Alliance, have informed us that they feel an achievable project completion date for the works is December 25, which is 1 month further on from the current date in the project delivery agreement of 26 November 25. So not a major movement. And possibly to be expected at this stage of the project with the complexity of the project we also face. But just to alert you to that. There's also the Kiwi Rail rail network renewal program, which you're aware of, and that will that's gone. Not speaking for Kiwi Rail, but that's gone well to date, and they will still have a block of line program where the trains are not available to commuters at the end of this year. So over the January 26 period. But the overall project is tracking within the agreed funding envelope. John touched on some of the commercial aspects of that. So far so good there. The station fit out and the systems are a key piece of work at the moment, particularly the systems, and we hope to complete those by the middle of 2025. The station entrances are coming along well. You'll see some photos of those shortly. Hoping to complete those within the second quarter of 25 across all 3 stations. Targeted Hardship Fund has been key for supporting businesses around the stations. There is materially less disruption as we are able to pull down fences and complete the urban realm works around the streetscape works around the stations. But that does continue, but there is substantially less disruption now around the stations, and that will continue. I'll talk about emergency services later in the presentation, but there is very strong collaboration there. And testing commissioning, as you saw with the first train, is underway. Probably just even though there are some exciting developments, I would just stress that is still the most challenging part of the project. You'll hear me say that quite a bit, but it is true, and all experience overseas tells us that. And there will be surprises, not ones that we predict, that may cause some challenges for us. So we're certainly not complacent, again, in this last period of the project. Tunnel vent system testing is going extremely well. I like these photos because when you take people through the stations, the tunnel vent and the fans are very impressive. They're 8 tonnes, they're extremely large. They're larger than a Boeing jet engine. They're required, of course, to keep the tunnel safe, but that testing is going well in all the stations and just gives you a sense of the scale of the project. At Karangahape, there is works developing particularly around the station entrances. You can see the ventilation shaft there at Beresford Square being installed. and the paving around it being completed as well, opening up the stations again to those walking around the area and to assist businesses. And you can tell from the stats there with fit out and civils work that we are very advanced. The urban realm works are a little bit further behind, as you would expect, as we complete the works and there's less equipment, less goods and services coming through the stations. We can actually then close the area, or certainly close the area around the station. So that's a streetscape reinstatement, as an example, paving, lighting in the area, tree pits in certain places, and landscaping. So we're trying to complete those. But that would lag the other works that have been going on. The signage at Karangahape's up. That's a nearly 7 metre sign that's just been put in. And then you may recall that Karangahape station has one of the largest escalators in the Southern Hemisphere. I can't claim it's the largest yet, but it's certainly one of them, probably in the top 2 or 3. That's pretty impressive. The scaffolding is coming down slowly within the Karangahape station. It's been the last station to have its scaffolding removed. You can see the porcelain panels and the works going on the exterior. Te Waihoratu is the most advanced of the 3 stations. We also have you can see from the photo top left, the platform information displays, we call them PIDs, are being installed at all 3 stations. We have the ticket gates installed. They were there first at Te Waihoratu, but they are now being installed at the other stations too. And you can see the feature ceiling at Te Waihoratu is extremely impressive, and there's one element in the middle there that's still to be added, which will be added shortly. But this it is really looking like a finalised station. I'm sure councillors will recall the bluestone wall down Albert Street. That's also making really good progress in terms of reinstating the bluestone wall, and hope to complete that very shortly. And there's some additional works around the bluestone wall, but the bluestone wall itself works will complete again very, very shortly, the next couple of months. At Mungafo Station at Mount Eden, good progress being made there also, as you can tell from the percentages of fit out and civils progress. On the right hand side of the photos you have the waterfall surface, the surface, so we'll have a waterfall. It has lava triangles that have not been installed yet, so it'll look very impressive. Those who have been to the Mungafo site will remember a large shed which we used for storing spoil from the earthworks. That's being removed this month. It's a big shed, 8 metres tall. Again, it's a sign of coming to the close of the works there. There's still some works to do at Mungafo relating to the bridges at Fenton, Mount Eden, Porters, Normanby, but it's various stages of completion. Of course, ongoing work to the buildings and the platforms. You can see the ticket gates have been installed at Mungafo as well, and the ticket machines in the middle photo. Signage is up at all the platforms and stations now too, both in English and Te Reo. This slide is just to give you a bit of an idea of the different stages of testing we're going through and where we are today. So we're at stage 3A and 3B, which is the site installation tests. We're installing the system's equipment, and then we have to test it. The systems include ventilation, heating, communication systems for security and emergency communications, lighting, quite a wide range of systems. Our key subcontractor for all of these is Honeywell from the US, a big global firm, but they're challenging, and we need specialist skills for these, and it's sometimes difficult getting all of those skills. But we're on track and hoping that the testing process will go well. Then you have the train running tests, which involve running the trains at different speeds, multiple trains on the tracks, ensuring the track issues are resolved, and any what we call snags or minor defects and more major defects are addressed through the testing process. So we start with design, you then have installation, and then there's a commissioning period with these different stages. So you can see from this, we still have some way to go. Just jump the slide. This slide will tell you, highlights how much more of the testing we have to go. There are over 9,000 tests in total. We're approximately 13% through these tests, so there are over 8,000 to go. So a significant way, and that is highlighted. Primarily these tests will occur at the three main stations of Te Waihoratu, Korangahape and Mangawhau station, as you can tell from the percentages there. So really, you can argue at the beginning of that testing phase, and the rest of it, and this will continue through the rest of 2025. And then finally, the emergency services. They're a very important partner for us. I was on a call recently with the chief executives from the four agencies there, Police, Fire, St John, Auckland Emergency Management. There's very good and very strong collaboration with them. This has been going on for some time. A lot of visits to the tunnel and the stations by the emergency services, training activities. There'll be further testing with the emergency providers through the course of this year, but I'm very pleased with that collaboration, and we look for that to continue. It has been a challenge in other projects offshore, so you can't take it for granted, and extra resources that are required from them to support us through this phase of the project. That was the last slide from me.
We've got the video.
Oh, great, thank you. Chair. I'd just like to conclude by mentioning, just with that film, we started off at 5 kilometres an hour and went very slowly. We're just checking that the clearances were good with the train and the platforms and any other obstacles in the tunnels. You always start off slowly, and then ensuring that the dust in the tunnels, because there have obviously been a lot of works, didn't create any challenges for us either. And that's been a gradual progress, now building up to 40 kilometres an hour, as John said, and then hopefully full speed, or we call it line speed, over the next few days. I'd like to conclude also by saying that it's very important that we thank our partners in this process. To get to first train include very strong collaboration with KiwiRail, AT, but also Auckland One Rail, who are running the trains. That partnership has been critical for this success. It's great to have Mark Lambert here with us, who, if he had questions on day one, I know Mark will be able to help us with that too. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat, and always impressive seeing that many people with clipboards. There's obviously something very serious going on. But so someone like to move that we receive that. Thanks, Desley, and thank you, Chris. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Right, questions. Desley?
Thank you, gentlemen. This is getting really exciting, isn't it? Look, I had two questions, and I think you've answered one of them. And that question was around the financial risks to the budget envelope. That, you know, were there any risks around that? You're pretty confident you're okay within the budget envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. As of today, yes, we believe we can stay within the current funding envelope we have.
Right. And then my second question is, just because it wasn't kind of clear in what you said, sort of on behalf of the people that are walking around the stations and seeing a whole lot of, seeing them come to life, the actual station frontages, and i.e., when will the disruption stop happening around the station frontages, i.e. Albert, Merrill Drive, Victoria Street, Pitt Street? You said the second quarter. Do you mean the second quarter of the financial year or the second quarter of the calendar year?
Sorry, I meant calendar year.
Oh, they'll be done by Christmas.
With the second quarter of 2025, so by the middle of 2025, so by June 2025, a lot of the works will be complete around the stations. There'll be odd pockets, Councillor, where that may not be the case, but generally speaking, they'll be pretty clean by that point.
Great, that's fantastic.
All right, Wayne.
I just wonder if you could indulge me by putting up that earlier slide that you had that went through the commissioning progress around, you know, safety and testing and so on. You know the one I mean? Slide that, okay, that'll do. Okay, so the question I've got just goes to the cost of the testing and commissioning, particularly as it goes to the nature of the project, which is essentially an underground rail line, and I'm assuming that many of the aspects of testing result from that. You've got to have special fire and all sorts of things. Do you have any rough cost breakout for that component of the project?
No, we don't report that way. Sorry, thanks, John. We don't report that way. We do have, between ourselves and the contractors, we manage breakdown of costs. So it'd be stations, civil works, for example, systems, but it's not something we report externally.
But it would be fair to say to be pretty substantial.
Yeah, I mean, the civil works, the big part of the build is behind us. We have, in terms of total spend, there's less than 10% of the total spend of the project to go. So that gives you some sense of scale.
And just a related question, just in terms of oversight and the like, is this aspect of the project maybe relatively more controllable in terms of costs than the build aspect?
I don't know how you compare. It's difficult to compare systems. The issue with systems is possibly just the unknowns you get, and and then you're integrating with an existing network and just how that will go. So we're certainly not complacent about that, and it is those unknowns when you're integrating a system, and with the number of diverse systems we have across in the stations. As I mentioned, ventilation, fire, heating, lighting. The risk that something doesn't go quite according to plan is high, So we just cautious about being too optimistic about that. And overseas experience would tell us to be cautious, that last part of the project can be challenging. So we're expecting it to be challenging. It's good to get first train testing underway, but the systems part of it is still to come.
Just one very last question. Given the advancements in AI, do you use any AI at this point to test out multiple scenarios?
I think you're right that will come, but not for us in this project.
Thanks, mate. Chris?
Thanks, Chair. Patrick and John, thanks very much for this presentation and your work there. Your executive and your board will be well exercised watching budget versus spend at this stage, particularly with the political eyes on this project. I'm interested in understanding what's possibly at threat there of not being delivered due to a review of scope or specification. When you get towards the end of the project, you can't review what has been spent. It's in the ground. It's done and paid for. I'm interested in the public realm, the detailing and specification and expectation of all those quality outcomes that were promised. And so with that in mind, can you tell this committee whether the executive and or the board has considered reports and decided on any reduction in specification at this, what is a detailing and delivery stage of a lot of the public realm? That's, the final finishing, the parts of the project that the public will experience as a quality place to be, etc. So I'm very specific. I want to know if the executive or the board has considered and reduced specification.
No.
That's a great answer, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I agree with the answer. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to ask a question. On the 4th of December last year, Auckland, as we read the New Zealand Herald, learned that CRL Limited had written to the sponsors, presumably Auckland Council and the New Zealand Government, with an outline of their concerns and a lack of confidence in the Link Alliance's reporting and forecasting. And in the letter, CRL Limited said it would issue a notice to the Link Alliance, quote, indicating their lack of confidence with the provision of risk, both time and cost, and seeking a meeting to discuss concerns. And then we learned that leading executives of VINCI, Grand Projet, the French company which is leading the Link Alliance construction, was sending executives to Auckland in December, but we never heard anything else. I think the information was disclosed by mistake, and that's how we Aucklanders learned about it. So may I ask you what actually happened? Did the meeting take place? And what actually happened? In summary, of course.
Yes, I think Aucklanders learnt about it through disclosure of one of the committee reports to Auckland Council, and the meeting did take place. As I said, we had a joint review undertaken of the project between us and the contractors, and that review, the essence of it and the initial findings were the basis of discussion between the chair of Vinci and myself in December. And as a result of that meeting, as I said earlier, there was an action plan prepared by the contractor that's been presented back to us, and they are now enabling and enacting that action plan. They've continued to, the chair has written to me confirming that they expect to have the project complete in December this year, as we said in the presentation. And we continue to work very closely with them to ensure that that's the case. There's still significant challenges on the project through the coming year, and it's possible that there could be some slippage beyond that. They're working hard to ensure that doesn't occur. And we continue to have some conversations with them about cost of the project and what that looks like, particularly for them from you know, they're interested in their margin on the project, as you would expect an agency like that to be. And we'll continue to have those conversations with them. We are confident, as we've already said, that we'll deliver the project inside the funding envelope, and that everyone is planning, and we expect the project to be open to the public in 2026.
So can we assume then, after these discussions, that your company's confidence in the forecasting by the Link Alliance, both in terms of time and cost, you have more confidence in that now?
Yes, it's improved.
Okay. Can you tell us, can we look back at that previous slide? I have to say, some of us were at the launch of construction of the project with the Prime Minister John Key and Mayor Len Brown in 2016. So we're looking forward to the opening. So can we move forward to the slide that was just up before with the, carry on please. That's it. Go back.
That one?
The green box, CRL open. When is that?
Next year,
Pardon?
2026.
The actual date?
There isn't one set yet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Thanks. Thanks very much for this. Really exciting. And my question was around the hardship fund. And I know that you've had a lot of involvement in that as in your previous role too. So I just wondered if we could have a bit more than the bullet point about how that's going. Will there be a bit of a sort of lessons learned because it's the first of its kind? And obviously, interested in how we might look at that kind of thing in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. I wouldn't say it's been easy. For businesses, it's been difficult, not just because of disruption caused by our works, but also economically with COVID. If you definitely have, and I certainly have empathy for those businesses that have been through, I call the trifecta of difficulties and challenges. And as you know, I think you know, I'm aware that I visit some of the businesses that have been most disrupted personally, often sometimes with Barry, who's very good at joining me from time to time. I'm seeing 2 more businesses tomorrow, in fact, that are struggling. So it is difficult. I think there will be lessons learned. I think it would be great to take advantage of what's been established and see how other projects could benefit from the lessons learned from ours. It wouldn't have been perfect. I do believe we've tried to do the best job we could. We've tried to be really quick in terms of making payments to businesses. Again, not hiding behind our desk and going to see them and talk through the challenges they have. Offering financial advisory support where we can, or where a business is willing to, or sees a benefit in taking that up. I think that's always something we try and do. It's not just about the money. I think it's also about there could be other challenges that they face that we can help them with, that maybe not even related to the project. So I'd like to think there'll be absolutely take up your challenge a little bit on lessons learned and doing something about that we can then share with future projects. We're not out of the woods. As soon as we can finish the works around the stations and clear those stations up and allow foot traffic through, it'll help those businesses a lot. When I go on site, which is every week, I'm constantly asking the site managers, when can we bring the fences down? When can we finish the paving and free up the space so it becomes easier for customers to walk around and get to the place they need to get to. We're very conscious of that. Could we do better? I think you can always do better, but we're trying to do the best we can.
Thank you. Do you think the fund will be fully exhausted?
It's a good question. Looking forward, forecasting, possibly not, if I'm honest, but I think it'll be close. Okay,
and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but what percentage of sort of the total project cost would the fund be in comparison? So the size of the fund to the size of the budget for the whole project?
Was $12 million for THF, and the total project cost is around 5.5. So, a percentage, I have to do the maths, but it's probably it's small. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chris.
Gentlemen, may I thank you most sincerely for the careful stewardship on a project that is so very dear to so many of us over many, many, many years. And I want also to acknowledge Barry Potter for ensuring the visibility of bringing this project to us. I'm well pleased with the progress. You know, I've been very realistic about how many tests will be required, and probably at previous appearances you've had at this committee, I've been trying to grill you down on being realistic about it, but it does feel to me like the end is in sight, and so that's really exciting. To that end, my question is to you, and I think I said to you last time, success has many parents, but failure's an orphan, and it's wonderful to see so many enthusiastic people about the CRL now that might have voted against it all these years, but never mind, we're very happy to see all the parties coming into line, because this is going to be a game changer for Auckland. I'd just like to know that the people who have fought for a long time, the David Warburtons, the Len Browns, I'm sitting looking at Bernard Orsman, who I think we promised, did we not, at some stage, would be the first journalist to actually get a ride around. While I don't always agree with Bernard, he has consistently and conscientiously followed the progress of this project for the last 30 years. So I want to have the confidence, and that we are, whether it's the Chris Meals or the John Duffys or any of those people who have had such long roots into this project, that there is going to be a way of keeping them informed as the D-Day gets in sight, and that we can show the graciousness of the inclusion of all of the parties, because big infrastructure projects take decades to get off the ground.
Yes, it's a good point, and we'll pick that up and ensure that's the case.
Thank you, Chris. Morris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can I just pick up on Councillor Lee's question to you? I feel very concerned that the numbers on this project can even get worse than they already have. It was going to be 2, then it was going to be 4, then it was 5.5, and I think, from what I understand from some Treasury and sides of that, we're going to see even a bigger number than that. What I find really uncomfortable is you came along here with a briefing today, which looked good and about what's going to happen, and a green box which says it's going to open. But I think this Board of Governors here deserves a lot more detail about that letter, about what was the concern. You said there's still some things being worked through. And if you want to, you can have a confidential session with us to brief us about the specifics. And the reason I'm saying that is we're the ones that will get it in the neck from the voters when the cost blowouts occur again and again and again. And we've got to answer to those people, why is this? Why is there more? Why is it over that? And I just feel really let down by what I think is a once-over lightly briefing compared to what could have been a confidential briefing with very, very specifics of issues that have yet to be resolved, what the mitigating factors you're putting in place to resolve them, and what, at the end of the day, the pricing for all of those might add to the project. I'll leave it at that.
So you'll consider...
If you'd like a confidential briefing, we're happy to give you, closed briefing.
We'll have a chat offline.
We can have a chat offline about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions. Oh, no, Josephine?
Oh, I see. It's only green. Green for go. I just wanted to ask to ensure that we're not having a siloed approach with when City Rail Link starts up and then our level crossings. So I wanted to know, because both pretty much should be connected, because once you're in action, then it affects our suburban train stations. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that there's that connection happening.
I can talk to that, councillor, briefly. So they are connected, absolutely. As you'll be aware, there is a longer-term programme around level crossings, which there was a briefing yesterday on. But in terms of day one, we are looking to enable some additional closures than what we've already done and already got in place. And the whole rail timetable is built around what is the existing number of crossings which will remain open. And as you can see in the table, the slide there, final rail safety case, which is a regulatory approval of procedures and the timetable itself, that all takes into account level crossings as well. So it is a holistic system that gets considered.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, gentlemen. Great to see you. Thanks for your update. Is there any discussion or debate on this? You can step back. Yeah. So none. Okay, thank you very much. We've already moved and done all that part, so well done. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Carry on. Okay, next item up is the... We're done. Next up is the Auckland Council... Auckland...
You need to have a character.
So I'd got it out of kilter and we moved it earlier on, so we're all good. We're moving on to the next item. And so Q2 report for Auckland Transport. Dave, and just a reminder, this is a look back between September and December and an assessment of Auckland Transport performance. So Dave, well done, all yours.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Excuse me. So yes, presenting the Q2 report for 18. This is the performance report for the period ending 31st of December 2024. The report is attached and is taken as read. We'll just cover off some of the highlights and key concerns for you all from the report, and then we'll hand over to Dean and the team for any questions. Moving straight into the performance measures, AT are currently meeting or exceeding 17 of their 23 performance measures. 6 are currently not on track or currently not meeting expectations. The AT listens and responds measure has dropped 4 points during this quarter to 27%. The other measures not currently met are public boardings. These have increased, but not as much as forecast. Transport utilisation, fare box recovery ratio, and there's a note that that's been impacted by reduced rail and bus patronage during December. Safety, which we'll speak to in a second, and the percentage of procurement with Māori-owned businesses. In terms of the SOI deliverables for Q2, 33 of the 40 deliverables are currently on track, with 4 having been completed. 3 deliverables are at risk currently, including delivering on faster consents, and 2 related to growing external revenue. Speaking of finance, AT's years to date surplus from operations, excluding depreciation of 36 million, is 31 million, favourable to budget. The favourable variance is largely driven by lower operational expenditure, strong cost controls across the organisation, and combined with reduced inflationary pressure. Just bring up some highlights from the quarter. This includes local board satisfaction, which has reached an all-time high of 71%. 240 kilometres of roads have been resurfaced, which is 20% more than the previous year. And 785 potholes have been filled within that 95% target response time. Improvements have been made on public transport fares, including the rollout of the contactless payments launching in November, and has already surpassed 1 million trips by January. The Northwest Bus Busway celebrated 5 million passenger trips in its first year, exceeding the 3.5 million target. Public transport and network optimisation, including examples such as the Crosstown and Outer Link changes in November, which led to immediate patronage increases, and new bus lanes on Triangle Road and Fred Taylor Drive have enhanced priority for over 400 buses per day. It's a shame that the Mayor is not here, so he might appreciate this next one. Over 700 redundant traffic management items have been removed, including over 650 road cones. 650 road cones. So there we go. Something to celebrate. Yeah. Yes, maybe a few more to go, but it's a great start, so well done to AT. Just highlighting some of the risks, as we highlighted before, reputation, trust and confidence continues to be a priority area for AT, with the public confidence metric during 4 points during this quarter. Safety remains a core component of that trust and confidence, and it's noted there's been increased incidents of violence and aggression across the network. In response, AT have implemented several measures, including 12 new transport officers, installing CCTV on buses, and planning safety screens for 80% of buses by 2026. AT have also identified that another risk is CCO reform and legislative change. This could pose a risk to the delivery of their capital works program, and so executive governance and transition planning is in place to mitigate that. And as we heard just in the previous item, the seamless transition to AT of CRL remains a priority, with the risks being managed by the Program Control Group, and independent quality assurance is underway to manage this. So that is all the highlights. I'll now invite Dean and the team to answer any questions.
Yeah, kia ora and good morning, councillors. It's always good to be here to talk through the business of transport in Auckland, so thank you very much for the opportunity. The report is as read. We've had a good summary of where we see success and where we're focused on in terms of challenges. Those lists are never comprehensive. Remember, this report is to the end of December, and here we are early March. So some of these things you will have heard about already, but it's good to be reminded of them. On that note, we are more than happy to take any questions on what you see in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dean. Okay, questions. So first up, Wayne.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it, that when I read the report earlier, I seem to recall that at some point there was a mention of as much as 20% of a project cost being due to matters to do with safety. And then I think there was another figure of maybe it was 6 or 7% that you'd brought it down to. I'm assuming that the number of road cones correlate with that, perhaps. So I just wonder what impact this is going to have going forward on costs, given that you've got safety in pretty much part of every project, and that's a pretty significant change. And I'm assuming that there'll be a correlation with mobility, that is the ability of people to move around Auckland more effectively, and no doubt that's a big benefit too.
Look, question. I'll just cover off a couple of elements and then hand to Murray. So whilst you've seen 750 or thereabouts cones picked up, the real game here is shifting from a code of practice that was quite arbitrary in what you had to set out to a risk-based approach. And that is what we now have. That was passed in November last year. So that will inherently reduce the number of cones and the footprint associated with works. So that's a good thing. We're not counting how many we're avoiding. We've just given you a number on how many we have removed that aren't being used. The high percentage cost associated with temporary traffic management on AT projects tended to be for smaller ones. The average cost is now 8%, it's in this report. And where we have programs of work, like larger corridors as opposed to small projects, that cost can be down circa 5% or less. So there has been a lot of work done on right-sizing this and protecting safety of those working in the road environment. The other thing I want councillors to be reminded of is that our advice to all those working in the road space was, if you can do your work, which is our expectation, outside of peak, you inherently reduce the risk. It is safer to do it overnight, away from moving traffic, or off peak. So the construction industry, the feedback to me is quite positive around that, because fast moving objects with only an orange cone protecting you isn't actually as safe as what it might be assumed. So there's a lot of good things here. Murray, is there anything that you want to add in on that? I just want to cover off those higher order issues.
Yeah, sure. So absolutely, across our program of delivery, we're looking to lower costs and achieve value for money. Reduce costs on temporary traffic management is definitely part of that, and you can see in the report already significant progress has been made in that space. But we're also looking more broadly across our capital delivery, taking into account the feedback we've had from the Revenue Expenditure and Value Committee about driving value for money through all the project delivery. Bear in mind that only 30% of the work out there on the road network is Auckland Transport, and we're doing our best to minimise disruption in that space. We're also partnering with the utilities and private developers to see what they can do to minimise disruption and drive down traffic management costs on their side of the equation. Thanks.
Just a couple of related questions, Mr. Chair. The first one is just around public input, and what I mean by that is, in a circumstance where a member of the public notices perhaps an improvement around cones or the like, do you have a facility in your call centre where you actually capture that separately so you can follow up on it? Because people talk to me about things and they just say, well, look, you know, they're doing this. Doesn't make any sense to me. There's nobody working there, or it could be done differently. So just a question around whether you're engaging and capturing that sort of information separately so you can follow it up fast.
There's a lot of engagement, there's a lot of feedback, and we do follow up as fast as we can, and it comes in via multiple channels. I get them from some people, the call centre gets them, and we've also got a report a cone function on the website. So look, there's lots of ways, but if you're aware of something and want us to follow through on it, then please feel free to send it to Murray or I, and we get it to the right people in the team.
Okay, and just one other question, Mr. Chair, and that's just around advice. So the observation I make and people make to me is often they've got a trip, you know, from A to B, and all of a sudden they strike some works that they didn't know about. They're effectively trapped. When if there had have been some signage, even some simple signage somewhere else in the network, so they know that, okay, there's delays this route, they can make a choice. I just make the observation that also occurs on the motorway network with NZTA, when sometimes maybe past 9 o'clock or the like, sometimes part of the motorway network shuts down. That happened to me in the vicinity of Drury, Constellation and Silverdale on one instance, and it really clogs up the network. So my question is there some proposition around having some signage to just advise people so they know?
Look, it's yes, there is, and it's also problematic. I mean, I use Google Map. That's pretty reliable, so I encourage people, if they're planning the journey, then to check Google Map. We've got disruption information on our own AT mobile app. I think my challenge, like many Aucklanders, is we tend to jump in the car and we head off on our route, and then we hit it, and then we have a look to see what's going on. So if people are really concerned they need to be at a place in a specific time, then there is ways of better understanding the disruption on the network and how they might plan their journey. I would encourage them to use those. With thousands of construction sites across Auckland, including NZTA at any one point in time, this is a very complex task. I don't want to make it bigger than what it is, but it is a complex task. And as we've talked a lot about here, 30% of the disruption on the road network is out of Auckland Transport. 70% is by other organisations, developers, utility companies, whatever. And the timing of that is very difficult for us to manage.
Great. Thank you. Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. We note there are several projects occurring or pending for Marae and Papakainga development, and that mana whenua are being consulted on 37 other projects. Could you please ensure a list of these projects are sent to the Haukura Secretariat to ensure greater insights and updates of those projects, please?
Yes, and I'm surprised that hasn't happened, but we will make sure that it does. Thank you very much.
And lastly, just what strategies have been put in place to ensure greater engagement with Mātāwaka, given AT only received 3.7% of the total feedback from these Māori entities?
Rather than me answering that, I know I've had discussions with Lillian Tahuri and Scott Campbell, who lead this, so I would prefer they came back to you with a written response about our engagement with Mātāwaka, but I do know that a lot of effort is going in to better understand that and how we might do it, and we have engaged directly with Haukura on it, but can I ask that they come back to you with a written response on the engagement strategy and progress today? Thank you.
Yeah, ka pai. Thank you, Dean. Thanks.
Thanks, Billy. And just a reminder, it's not a commentary on your question, but we keep it on the report if we can. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions on the program to raise speeds around the region. So the program's about to start, so can I assume the funding packet's been finalised?
Sorry, I missed that last part of your question, Shane.
Sorry, yes, so the program to raise speeds around the region, that's about to start, right? So have we finalised the funding packet for that work?
So hang on. So as I said at the start, we are keeping on track with what this report is. This report is a quarterly report, and so what has happened between September and December, not what is coming, and I don't know if you were here, but there is a workshop coming for us with Auckland Transport to talk about the approach to speed and speed rules. So if we can stick to questions in regards to the report, the quarterly report, not what is coming, it would be really, really appreciated, because we do not want to be, we're just starting to be a little fox terrier digging around the front of a rabbit hole. So on the report, please.
I understand that, Chair, but the workshop can't be scheduled in time for the start of the program rollout.
So again, we are talking about this report. We are not going to be diving down rabbit holes and starting to talk about stuff that is normally contained within an Auckland Transport update report. This is a quarterly report presented to us by council staff on what has occurred in the quarter between September and December. So if you have questions on that, please, if you've got questions on things that are not in relation to this report, you can either take them up offline or you can wait until we have the workshop.
So can I just seek your guidance on that? So would you suggest I ask next month when the program started and things have rolled out and money is starting to be spent? Because I'm asking about financial questions around that.
But it is a quarterly look back. That's what the quarterly report is. And so, and you know that, you've been around long enough. And so this is a quarterly report looking at what has been presented from and done and achieved. Dave has presented it. Auckland Transport are here to talk about things and provide guidance on some of the things within that report, not to start talking about things that we have got coming, because as soon as we start that, we will be here for the rest of the day as we have spent. That's right. So we are not doing that. So on topic, please, and if you've got issues, as I said previously, if you've got things you want to have answered, you can approach Auckland Transport and they will provide the answer to you. Okay. And again, we're having a workshop on speed, so let's just keep it online.
Point of order, can I ask then why we don't have an Auckland Transport update on the agenda today? We normally do get a monthly one, which would provide an opportunity, and we do not have that. We only have this Q2 performance report, and you're telling us we can only ask questions about a specific time period. So why do we not have the normal agenda item that we do usually have every month, Auckland Transport update, for us to be able to have a platform for those questions?
And so this month it is replaced by the quarterly report, which it is done well, you can look at me like that all you like, Julie, but that is how it has worked. And so, sorry that it doesn't suit what you want to talk about, but we have this month an Auckland Transport quarterly report. We will have an update next month, and that is how it has worked. So, you know.
Chair, can you confirm that that has been the case since this committee was formed under the chairmanship of John Watson back in 2022?
Yes, the magnificent. I can't talk about.
I can confirm.
But it has certainly been that way since I've been the chair. Okay, thank you. Daniel?
Good morning to Auckland Transport, and thank you for being here. My report is absolutely specific on the quarterly report. It goes to I had some questions with respect to road maintenance and the potholes promise. So can I just get the definitional understanding of the potholes fill? Is that basically fill it with the seal, and that is a temporary fix until possibly a more comprehensive seal will be delivered in the future, or is that the seal itself, which is basically going to be in place until we find the next fracture which causes the water ingress? Can you just explain the potholes promise in terms of what meets the definition of that seal?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So there's two pots of money that we use for road maintenance and renewals. So under the OPEX funding, we do exactly what you said. If the pothole appears in the network, there's a quick fix in terms of filling the pothole and putting a patch over the top of it. That is, how do I describe it? The technology for that quick fix is improving all the time, and historical measures which may have failed again quite quickly, we're working to do much better technology in terms of that maintenance fix. So the first repair is just under maintenance. There's another program of work which is the long-term renewals and resurfacing program, which is capital funded, and that we have a program of work that rolls out year on year for the most highly deteriorated parts of the network, where there's a full resurfacing from curb to curb on the road. So areas where potholes are reoccurring frequently will definitely be high up on the list for a proper rehabilitation and renewal of that road surface. Thank you.
Has that started yet, or is that the work to come?
That's an ongoing program of work, so it started, yes.
Follow up, if I may, Chair, because I actually think that Auckland Transport's done some quite good work in this space. I think there have been some better and more timely improvements, which is really helpful. But with respect to it refers to the under 24 hours in arterial roads. Is there a time frame for the local roads beyond the arterials for which there is a target for a potholes fix promise?
Yes, so on arterials, we're targeting 24 hours. On local roads or low volume roads, it's 5 days.
Okay, and the 5 days, but you're still obviously working towards the initial fix and then the sealed program to address the more substantive challenge in relation to that road will follow on the same time frame?
Yeah, so the pothole promise is around the quick fix to 24 hours on arterials, 5 days on low volume roads. The longer term road resurfacing and renewals, that isn't done within 5 days. No, that's on a ongoing program of work where we plan 3 years in advance and then we roll it out on an annual program. So the list of roads for renewal and resurfacing is available on an annual basis.
Okay, John.
Point of order. Chair, you claimed that we, and this was backed up by your Deputy Chair, that we do not normally have a quarterly performance and a transport update. In May 2023, item 11 was the quarterly update for quarter 2, and item 12 was the Auckland transport update for that month. So I repeat my question, why do we not have that on the agenda when we have had it in the past?
Because it's not a set matter, and so we're having an update this time. We'll have an update next time. We're having the quarterly report this time, and so apologies if I wasn't quite on the money, but this is what is happening this time. And if you've got suggestions about agendas, you can always come and have a chat, Julie.
Well, I note that the committee was misled by several councillors around the table as to the normal practice in the past, and it's really disappointing.
It's also on the Ford, I'm just advised, it's also on the Ford work program, which you'll be well aware of, that we have the 3 quarterly updates. So we'll move on. Angela. Oh, sorry, John. All right, I took you off my list too soon, John.
Item 9, attachment A, page 33, point 2, improving network productivity. And on this report? That one? Yeah. I just note the work that's going on there in terms of optimising the network, and particularly as it goes to intersections, and a number of projects have been completed, and there's a number of others on the way. I just want to ask, and I know this ends in December, but really this is something that's present all the time, of course, and particularly, with March, the March Madness rush. Am I correct in saying, Dean, that our control centre monitors a whole swag of intersections around Auckland, that we have, as it happens, footage of what's happening at those intersections?
Yeah. It's a mix of reactive and proactive. Okay, I think what we need to dispel is the assumption that all these intersections and the intelligence from them is being brought through and triaged, and where we've got an issue, that's automatically identified. That's the artificial intelligence layer across the network we don't have. But there's lots of cameras, we've got eyes on those cameras, we are looking to spot issues as they arise, or where we know, particularly when we've made a change to an intersection or to the road layout, we do specifically monitor that so that we can adjust it in close to real time to improve performance. But I don't want people to think that there is this artificial intelligence layer across ATOC. It's not there. We haven't had the funding to make that investment, but it is a priority for us to consider. Yeah.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up then. So where it becomes apparent, something is happening, in terms of optimisation and flow through intersections, what's your advice, other than obvious to report it? So if we have a situation where perhaps over a protracted period of time, it's just not a one-off, what's the best approach then for both elected people and members of the public, of course, who are often experiencing it before elected people do, to take?
Look, if if something's not making sense, then usually it's not, so I accept that, and we just encourage people to tell us what's happening at those intersections. But we're also monitoring them ourselves retrospectively to see what's going on, and the reasons for delay at any one intersection could be multiple. It might be that maybe the technology is not working at that intersection, or there might be a vehicle broken down, or there's lots and lots of reasons why we get congestion in different locations. Some people are busy looking at their phones instead of looking at the light. So we can see all of that. We've got camera footage that allows us to go back and triage what the reason is. So we will always be happy to have a look, and we're always looking to optimise, because our commitment is to flow through the network. We've got this aspiration of no journey across the arterial network should take more than 20 minutes over a 10k length at peak. So everything we do is looking at how do we enhance productivity through the network, and to enable that movement. So I welcome the feedback, and we're always looking to improve.
Thanks, John. Angela.
Thank you. Page 37, attachment A, 3.3, taking public transport from good to great, specifically 3.10, there is increasing freight train movements in the morning, at peak morning times, disrupting commuter services. As Port of Auckland shifts more freight from truck to rail, is there any looming risk to reliable commuter services, as there is a contest for rail space?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Absolutely, in terms of that, and I think both ourselves and Kiwi Rail sort of looking at what that future train plan looks like, and in terms of, obviously from our perspective, we would love to see freight trains removed from the commuter peaks. It makes good sense in terms of prioritising people movement during that time of day. Of course, that does have a disbenefit in terms of freight movements and how they would potentially manage that, whether they moved earlier and held in certain places and that type of scenario. So I understand that's something that's being looked at.
Being looked at by Kiwi Rail. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Julie.
Just going back to the safety on public transport and the work that's happening there, I just wanted to get an idea. You've got the 12 new transport officers installing CCTV, GPS, panic buttons. So whereabouts are the new transport officers and the 80% of bus screens by 2026? Is there any way that we can accelerate that at all? And comms that's going out to the community. Also, just want to acknowledge Stacey and the great work she's been doing with the public meetings.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of those transport officers, they just go into the general pool and are deployed based on the intelligence of the day. So they just extend in terms of, I guess, what they can actually do within their perimeters. So will you see something different from that? Not necessarily, but you're likely people will see more people more often in terms of where they're placed. They are really trying to build those different intelligence systems. So one of the other things that we've done is work with Crime Stoppers too, so that when anything is notified by that means, we're actually getting what I would call trackable data and meaningful insights that people can then follow up on. And we had a couple of really good scenarios recently where that information was sent through instantaneously. There's more information to go by, and therefore we can get interventions and things put in place in terms of helping or de-risking the potential for any incident to occur. So we also have a crime prevention strategy underway, and we'll be talking a bit more about that in the months ahead. I think we have some presenting it to me next week, so I will bring it back here and sort of detail what else we're doing it. We're putting dedicated resource into working with community groups and our operators on sort of new initiatives. As far as the bus driver screen doors go, hard to do any acceleration. Now, there's a couple of reasons why for that. So we're currently waiting on what I call a bulk shipment, where we have a standardised fleet type across the network. That will see a big uplift over the next 2 months in terms of that June this year target. Then in order to get them done without what I call constraining services and peak service requirement, it's got to be sort of planned cadence in order to not what I call deterrent of the network, considering that the likes of school holidays and the likes we're actually using for rail replacement and things. So fleet is very constrained, so taking them out on that cyclic basis and planned way means we won't have interruption to services, and that's why it's being done that way.
Richard?
Thank you, Chair. Just page 28 of the attachment, Vision Zero. So obviously we are having to reduce or change the target because of budget. Is that correct? Around unlikely. Obviously, that's got to do with the safe speeds too.
In terms of Vision Zero, we have our annual death, serious injury target. We forecast a reduction this year. We're not quite there. You'll see that in the report. We're projecting to miss it slightly, but there's a number of actions that we've got in place, and we're looking at to see what else we could do to help bring that within the desired, I think it's 576. What we do know is, so we've got an unrelenting focus on reducing death and serious injury, which aligns with that Vision Zero aspiration. The other thing that's happened is that the way that we are funded for transport safety outcomes has also changed. And that shifted away from speed infrastructure, and it's now focused mostly on education, drug and alcohol testing and the like. So we have followed that because if we're going to achieve the outcome, that's where we need to go. We're advocating on additional speed cameras, working with the police to do as much as we can on joint education of drivers, particularly those that wish to drink or take drugs and then drive. We want them to know that we are watching and the chances of them being caught has increased. So there's a whole range of things we're trying to do that is outside of the physical infrastructure space. Having said that, we do have some money, and that is focused on high-risk intersections, high-risk, particularly high-risk rural roads, and other points in the network. So we're making the best we can of every dollar we've got, but it has changed.
Thanks. And it says in here the most of the harm happens on local roads, with over half of that being people outside vehicles, walking, cycling and motorcyclists. Without the speeds and with only the government only funding 9% of what we expected them to do on safety, it's mentioned here, but what's the kind of risk you guys are forecasting on that? If we don't have any of those tools.
We haven't done a specific risk analysis that I'm aware of. Some may in the organisation, so I can't speak for everybody in that regard. Look, the risk factor has changed, but the question is for us, does that mean we back off? And we haven't.
Okay.
And so the focus has now become, because the government's policy and funding direction is this way, and it is less than the things that we have traditionally done, we have to maximise every other dollar that they're spending in other ways to achieve the same outcome. So we've had to do a pretty significant pivot, and we're still in that process. Whether we've quite landed it exactly right, we'll know in time, but we're not slowing down or stopping. We've got to spend the money differently to what we have in the past.
And with the Tony Gibson case, health and safety case, are you, as the board or management of AT, have any concerns that we have been clear on the risks and the evidence, definitely for the local roads, and of course where community supported it, where we will be, where does the risk lie if you know you have the knowledge of risk and then we're switching out signs and things like that?
Yeah. Look, the Tony Gibson case, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go there too much. The Tony Gibson case was quite different to the issue that we're confronted with around the road network. So I'm not sure that we can mix that. If we had a situation where, as the PCBU under health and worksafe legislation, we weren't responding to the safety of one of our employees in their occupational role, then that would be analogous to the Tony Gibson situation. But taking that case and then applying it to an intersection or a piece of rural road where you may have a drunk driver that doesn't handle the speed and ends up either being seriously injured themselves or injuring somebody else, that doesn't apply in this instance. Yeah, sorry, Stacey's got something she might be able to add to.
I understand your question, Councillor, and I think it's a fair question, and I suggest that what we sort of do on that too is sort of look at what is a PCBU responsible for versus what is, from a regulatory perspective, a legislative perspective. They're quite different things, but you're right to raise the concern on it in terms of, liability, because, everybody's decision makers, in terms of that. So we will do that. The other thing in terms of setting these targets is important to note it's not done in isolation. AT cannot do that in isolation. So whilst we may be doing some things over here, or obviously we're reducing things over here because of constraints that we have within the framework that we have to operate in, there's other things that the teams are doing that are substantial changes in terms of improvement and working with police and deterrence and the likes of that as well. So that has to be brought into the equation. You can see that obviously that's improved substantially over recent years, which is a big contributor to improvement, that deterrence part. But of course, there's always more that can be sort of done in terms of that as well.
And just very last question, just the quarterly reports on the patronage. Obviously, it's going to be way out because of the rail closures. But are we tracking where we want to be on ferry and bus? We can't. I feel like we're unfairly measuring things when they're closed.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And I'm glad you asked the question, because then I get to have a little bit of a rave about some good stuff. And I'll keep it nice and short. But in terms of that, we have seen a really big uplift over the last few weeks. And we were near 390,000 passenger boardings yesterday, which is good. So when we talk about modal equity and where everything is at, bus is right up to where it was if we think about the pre-COVID world. Train is still got a big chunk missing, so it's hovering around that 70%, and ferry is a little bit better, but not a great deal better. And I think my worry always remains with ferry, I think, for the foreseeable. Why? Because the opportunity to improve on that is less constrained than rail. We know that rail will get better once we get through this next year, and so we have confidence of that. Where ferry is obviously largely reliant in terms of population density within certain areas, because it is a point-to-point service. So if people are travelling less, then you're going to get, less movement, because you've got a confined sort of what I call spot in order to be able to move people on. But everything has substantially changed over the last 2 weeks. We knew it would. We had a really busy Monday, the busiest Monday we've seen for a very, very long time. And this week is tracking well. We had over 2 million boardings last week, and we will this week as well, which is really cool and it's good to see. And just as for interest purposes, we saw contactless is now sitting about 13% in terms of the volume of users that are using that with passenger boardings, which is really good.
How much, sorry?
13. It was 13 last week. And we had 8,800 Aucklanders take advantage of the $50 fare cap. So that's a big uplift on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
Thank you. So what work was undertaken by Auckland Transport in Q2 on the 3-year implementation plan and the 10-year vision for katoa ka ora that this group unanimously voted to endorse?
Yeah, look, the katoa ka ora as a program was paused when we got the new speed rule, and the intention was once that was passed into legislation, which it now has been, we would then need to reconsult on elements of it. So can I come back to you with a more full update, councillor, or I don't have all that information at hand? I didn't come prepared for that answer, sorry.
So, supplementary then, what work was undertaken on the safer speeds reversal work in Q2?
The work, so look, when, and maybe it's useful just to summarise where we're at, but the work in Q2 on speed reversals was, first of all, to make sure that we had a clear view on what the new rule required and what its constraints were, to make sure that we understood what roads were captured by that rule, to then develop criteria around which those roads would then need to be considered for reversal, or whether an exemption applied to them. And we set up a program management response to ensure that that we were able to implement according to the rule and the requirements of the law by the end of 30 June. So all that work was done last year, and this year we're now taking that work and engaging and implementing it.
So
I'm trying to limit my answer to last year.
Absolutely, and I'm trying to limit my questions to last year as well. So was there any work done with other territorial authorities in Q2 last year on this matter? Because I note that Auckland is reversing around 80%, Christchurch only about 5%.
Look, there was, and it's our intention to unpack this more fully as to what the difference is between Auckland and some of these other jurisdictions at the workshop next week. But there is some quite clear differences about how we approached it, how other authorities have approached it, and we can talk you through all of that.
Okay.
But yes, we have had that engagement. We've had a lot of engagement.
And some of that happened in Q2. The answer is yes.
Yeah, and that engagement continues.
I'm just bringing it back to Q2.
I know,
I'm just being
yes,
a good girl.
So the answer is on both. Yes to both, before, during, and after.
Thank you very much.
Joe?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the PT boardings and whether we're tracking the impact in July when we stopped doing the half price. No, it was April when we stopped doing the half price fares, and whether the $50 cap has made any impact when we brought that in July. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have. We did some work last week to sort of really understand in terms of where the patronage was sitting in terms of the concessions, given that we felt that we were down from where we thought we would be this time of year. Obviously, university has a lot to do with that when it started this week, a week later than it did last year. What it did show was that we've had a drop-off in child concessions. Yeah. And so reasonably significant, 12%, in terms of those child concessions, based on the same time last year. And you can see that sort of slide off through the year, obviously, is that concession has come off. That is what stood out to us in the data from that particular deep dive into understanding concessions. So that, yes, there has been a decline in use. Would put that down to a couple of things. Obviously, the concession coming off, there's been a lot of coverage and commentary in terms of the safety of public transport, and therefore people, potentially having other means. Also, I would strongly suggest that rising unemployment has something to do with that. There might be more parents at home walking their children to school or dropping their children to school. They're all contributing facts, but yes, there has been a difference to that. What was your other question? Sorry, Councillor.
Oh, is it too early to see whether the $50 cap has done anything to kind of balance that? Children's fares are still a lot cheaper than adult fares, so they've still got a big discount attached to them. So you won't see that in the $50 cap. You see in the $50 cap it would be adult travellers, adult commuters that don't have other concessions attached to it. And yes, it's absolutely making a difference to those people. I mean, 8,800 card users last week reached that cap. In terms of that sort of looks like saving $50,000 for those
that cohort of people last week in terms of free trips they got through using the fare cap. So it is making a difference to people.
Okay, Desley.
Thanks. Just a question on contact lists, which is going really well. Do you do a bit of a deep dive onto whether that goes up around events and things that we do, i.e. bringing visitors, or just the day-to-day? I'm just interested in whether people are just using it every day, or whether it's peaking at times that we have major events or things that happen. So it's more used by visitors and Aucklanders.
Absolutely. We sort of looked at it where it was being used the most, and it's definitely, you can sort of see it come through in terms of more some of that leisure use of public transport. Definitely. You can see it there. So, I mean, Waiheke has really taken it up in great means in terms of, you can see it being used quite largely across the likes of Waiheke. Tamaki Link is one service that has a higher percentage in comparison to others. Ferry services is, you know, a little bit above that, what I call the bus average as well. But yes, you can definitely see it in terms of key events and things sort of happening across the network. What we could do is provide a bit more information to you, Councillor, if you like, or to the committee in terms of where we're seeing it used the most, because we have developed the dashboard for that too, to show you. Yeah.
Thanks. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. In Q2, did you undertake a financial prioritisation exercise to cover the 8.8 million in unbudgeted expenditure? And if not, when will the results of that be available?
In Q2, our estimate was more than 8.8 million. No, we hadn't prioritised it, rebalanced the investment. At that stage, we also understood that NZTA would be funding more than the current 50%. What we now know is that it's 8.8 million or less. We're looking at refining that, and we're working with the NZTA about how to fund it. We have not resolved the budget issue, and it has changed substantially from Q2.
Thank you. And just the second part of my question, when will the results of that prioritisation be available? We've got a workshop next week. Is there a chance we're going to know what's being suspended or cut?
None of that, and a very similar answer to this in this meeting is what I had last time, and that is that our obligation is to comply with the law. We will be undertaking this work, and then we will we'll have to work with council as funder and our board to look at how we reconcile it. But it might be that we can slow some things down to accommodate the cost. We're trying to work it within our overall budget approval rather than stop something to deliver this piece. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just to be clear, that the date for the workshop has not been set. It will be as soon as possible. It's not next week. Okay, no further questions. Someone like to move? Thank Chris. Thanks, Wayne. Those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry. Woo, stop. Yes. No, we're going to have a debate, are we? Discussion? Are we going to have a debate or a discussion? Okay, none. Put the move. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thanks, team. Next item is the item 10, public transport operating costs and fare box recovery. So I think Stacey's going to stay where she is.
Thank you, Chair. And I have with me today David Stevenson. He's the Manager of Public Transport Growth. And you would have seen David when he came and presented about the paper in terms of our fare strategy work as well. And so we're going to take you through a brief presentation, acknowledging there's a lot more information that you have within the paper itself. This is a summary page in terms of to demonstrate, I guess you can see a huge increase in our operating costs since financial year 2019, and patronage at 86% of pre-pandemic levels as of the end of the last financial year, and currently right now we're at 89% in comparatively. We do have very different sort of cost pressures by mode, so we'll be going through a sort of a breakdown by that as well. But when we compare ourselves to our Australian peers, we do have a strong fare box recovery, and we have made significant gains in terms of improvement of that over the last year. In terms of our operating cost trends, you can see that in financial year 2019, it was 510 million. It has increased substantially to 746 million. The most significant increase in financial year 23 was 17.7% and a further 11.9% in FY24. Key drivers of that are obviously a contract costs, but high inflation and indexation. That's really significant for public transport contracts that we've seen through that time. Track access charges have obviously tripled too. So if we look back to 2017 to where we are today, access costs have tripled for that as well. We also have done a number of service enhancements. Of course, during that time, we've made substantial changes in terms of improving cost components with that too, so that's important to have that overlay. We did take out a substantial amount of what I would call capacity coming into the city to align with what we're seeing with patterns across the network. So at all points in time, we've aimed to take costs out where reasonably impractical we can do so in order to be more efficient. We've obviously had substantial changes to some of our operating platforms during that time. So if we sort of look at it on a mode-specific basis, 326 million to 464 million towards bus services. It also has the most resilient in terms of patronage recovery that we've seen. We have adapted over the last few years in terms of taking out peak capacity, particularly coming into the city and out of the city, and try to balance everything. But we've had a 7.3% compound annual growth there since that time. We're seeing good uplift again going into March on buses as well, so it will be over 100% of where it was. Rail, we've gone from 154 to 212 million. That's largely attributed to increased track access charges. What you're actually seeing on here, and we'll go into a little bit more detail, is there is a big uplift in train that's attributed to the actual contract cost with Auckland One Rail, but that's because they weren't in this line before. So in terms of the facilities management component of that, both hard and soft services are now represented in the base contract cost, which is included in this description that you're seeing, as well as the train maintenance contract that we have as well. Ferry has gone up significantly, 29.2 million to 69.6 million. Important to understand with that actually the largest cost contributor to that is when we brought in Devonport service to our management, because that was obviously the most sort of largest ferry service across Auckland and a high frequency, so that was the big uplift that you see there. Obviously indexation and also the Ferry Accelerated Training Program and wage increases with that were big contributors of cost. When we look at the operating funding requirements, now what we've done is to try and demonstrate what it would look like to today at today's cost with 2019 patronage. So you're getting a fair view in terms of where those cost escalations have come from, not just in terms of a reduced patronage. And so for all of public transport, average cost is $6.30 per passenger. And you can see that back in 2019, that was $3.27. So it is significantly different, but when we look at the contributions, that becomes a bit more understandable. So bus is more even spread. So if you look at the blue and the green in terms of that, if we had 2019 patronage at today's cost, it's an incremental difference. Yeah, and that, I guess, is in terms of huge volume with bus. Over 80% of our patronage currently comes from bus, so the actual contributing cost is actually minimal per passenger of what we've actually given everything that's gone into bus services to improve bus driver wages, which was absolutely essential for the sustainability of the sector, as well as the indexation. That comparative cost increase isn't significant with that. If you look at rail looks distorted for a couple of reasons. Okay. Increased track charges has obviously been the biggest accelerator behind that. They have changed significantly. Also, in terms of, in order to make sure we're measuring apples with apples, it's the contract cost. So when Auckland One Rail contract started, it's an integrated contract. So the facilities, the hard and the soft services were rolled into that contract, as well as the management of the CAF EMU maintenance contract. So you're seeing a full cost component for rail here, which is different from the other modes. Ferry, if you look at ferry, has had a big increase from 2019, and again I'll say obviously the Devonport inclusion into that, but also in terms over the last year, ferry's only really just starting to get back on track. So we've only had full services sort of operating on those particular routes for a while, but of course there's been a big indexation cost that's happened for ferry as well. The international context is really important to sort of understand. So what we have here is we have the fare box recovery comparison with Australasian cities. This gives you a fair representation of how we are assessed. This was done externally to understand how we balance those commercial costs in comparative to our Australian peers. So you can see the line for Auckland in 2017 is rather distorted. That is pre a lot of PTOM coming in. So there was a lot of net contracts still out there in bus where obviously AT paid an incremental cost, not the full cost to deliver as a service, and they collected fair revenue, and also commercial services in that line. And you can see also, if you look at the blue line, FY22 to 23, versus where we are at the end of the last financial year, 23 to 24, we have improved 10% in terms of that fare box recovery ratio in 1 year. So it definitely shows that we're really trying to improve the commerciality of delivering the services as well. When the team did the fare strategy, we looked and ranked ourselves against a lot of cities to understand what it looked like for affordability, and we ranked 7th for short distance fare affordability. We ranked quite weak in terms of how much it cost from a long service provision. So for those people that had to travel longer distances and through multiple zones, they paid, I think we're 44, weren't we, in terms of the global comparison? 33. Sorry, 33 out of 44. So we ranked pretty poorly in that category. That is why we came back to you with our fare strategy where we consolidated those outer zones in order to make it more affordable for people that had to travel further. So that was part of that strategy, to make sure that we sort of measured up a lot better on that international comparison next time that we do that. In terms of future consideration, obviously key influences is the fare cap impact from that. Obviously that does erode the fare box and overall, but is obviously something to encourage more public transport use, and does seem to be working well for people. And keeping that consistent as we did the fare change this year really went a long way to helping people in terms of their budgeting costs. The funding challenges, of course, are consistent, and we are going towards that new model that we talked about with the private revenue ratio. That will look a little bit different in terms of as we come back to you with those new measures. So we won't be able to necessarily measure like for like from the previous years because it is a very different measure, but we will try and bring you the relevant data to be able to support that as well as our peers. Council funding challenges, the rail network disruptions, of course, over the next year, it's reasonably accepted, and thank you that there's going to be a level of disruption on the rail network. We will not reach our full potential or get back to where we were with rail until we're through this next period of time. That's being realistic about the situation. What we are seeing is there's been big uplift over the last couple of weeks with rail, as expected, as more people are coming back and moving about our city, but we will not achieve those numbers, and therefore rail will remain, if on these measures, look expensive in terms of where it was. Changed travel patterns, we're still seeing that suppressed demand, in terms of that peaky change to the week. So Monday was a real surprise though. There was a lot of people that travelled on this Monday for some reason. It was quite a different pattern than what we have seen. That may represent that people are asking people to come back to office more in that type of scenario. could be that as well, absolutely. And so people are maybe spreading the jam in terms of picking and choosing the days in which they're coming in. So we will be watching that. But realistically, most businesses will not go back to a 5-day-a-week in the office scenario. So we need to attract more Aucklanders to use public transport. We still see that weekends are significantly different since pre-COVID as well. A lot more people use public transport on weekends than what they did prior to COVID. So we're regularly 120 to 140% over what we were and up from there. So a lot more people are using public transport. And of course we've got new service integration. So a lot will change in 2026 as we bring in City Rail Link as well and integrate that to our network. That's an opportunity once we get through the next period of time to look forward to as we improve. And of course we've got Eastern Busway, so that will continually improve. And I suggest what we do is we bring back an update of this periodically so you can understand how we're sort of tracking against that, both this measure as well as the previous new coming measure with the private revenue ratio that NZTA are going to be measuring us by going forth. Thank you, Chair. I will ask for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, someone want to move that the report be received? Thank you, Morris. Seconded, Chris. Okay, so questions. First one, Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora kōrua. Stacey, how does AT's equity framework assess the impact of fare increases on Māori communities, particularly those in West and South Auckland? And what measures can be implemented to mitigate the financial hardship these fare increases may impose, not only on Māori, but low-income families?
Thank you for your question. We try and assess the fare strategy to ensure that there's what I call different concessions available to meet different economic needs. And last year a community connect concession came out, so that's for community service card holders. That gives them half-price public transport. That goes a long way in terms of helping low-income families be able to access public transport. That is our predominant system. It's more about, what I call equity of access when we think about communities and the different socio-demographics, and making sure that we've actually got good service delivery into them so that they're able to get on public transport in the first. That's been a big focus in recent years to make sure we have that network coverage to enable it. And that's still very much a work in progress and future improvements too.
Cool, thank you. Thank you.
Chris Dovey.
Thanks, Stacey. Hey, just in terms of the fare box recovery, that so-called fare policy, this appears to be like we've got a lot of financial information here. I'm interested in understanding whether the fare policy is viewed through the financial, the economic and the social lens, and how much weight is given to particularly the economic and, say, social outcomes as opposed to the weighting on the financial. And I know we've got a government that says financial, but we have other responsibilities as well. And then my second part to that, does AT's fare setting deliberately grow both revenue and patronage? So is it mindful when the fare setting is arrived at that it actually delivers yield on patronage in addition to revenue? So both are managed. And if so, what has AT learned from the substantial increases in ferry fares in terms of patronage yield and revenue yield over the last month, if those numbers are before you? I know it's a short period.
I will answer some and probably get David's expert view on this as well, given the fare strategy view. Now, the fare strategy was very much what I call a balanced conversation about how we can attract more people and improve our commerciality. And so that was the key focus of it. So we made sure that, obviously, considering our fare types, our concession types, and also what we're seeing and how we ranked in terms of access across Auckland, how we could best balance that. So it's very much sort of staged in order with fare products, like the $50 fare cap, like the child concessions, tertiary concessions, etc., Community Connect, and how we can best balance that. So it has all views. It's not just about the commerciality aspects, it's very much about the inclusion aspects and actually how we can attract and improve uplift of public transport. All those sort of elements were sort of considered in it, particularly you would have seen that came through strongly, making it more affordable for people who travel longer distances to use public transport. A lot of those customers saw a cost down with the fare change in February, and public transport became more affordable for them in terms of that. Do you want to add to that?
I can probably add to that a little bit. I think Stacey's covered most of it. We're trying to balance the entire network when we look at the fare policy and changes. I think something that's probably outstanding is limitations within our ticketing system. Stuff like the $50 weekly cap would be more equitable if you could have sort of nested caps based on travel behaviour. So you can benefit more customers with a cap based on the distances they travel, not just a global $50 weekly cap. So there's things in the future with the new ticketing system that will be able to address those types of things. But the rest of it is very much balancing the fare box recovery versus patronage decline if we're pushing up fares. And I think we've probably not answered the ferry question. Stacey will probably answer that.
I can answer that one. In terms of what we've seen across ferry over the last week, it's actually got, numbers are getting better. More people are being able, in those inner harbour ferries, though, able to take advantage of the $50 cap. And so a lot of the Devonport users, as an example, will be getting that $50 cap benefit. So from Thursday, they will be able to have free ferries, their free commute ferry for the remainder of the weeks. They'll get a day and a half or 2 days free. And so that seems to have been picking that up and being part of that increase that we're seeing in terms of the $50 fare cap. But ferry numbers are good. We are limited with capacity on some of those routes that we're seeing, big patronage gains. Thinking of Pine Harbour. So if there's a cancellation with the likes of Pine Harbour, that has quite a big bottleneck in terms of run-on effect for the later sailings. And there has been a couple of weeks where we have had ferry cancellations. It's not just been for public services, there's also been for Waiheke, so we're trying to understand that a little bit more. It's fair to say until we get some new fleet out that, we're going to have reliability issues across the network, so that's obviously a key consideration with what we do going forth with contracting as well. Thank you.
Thanks both. So if it is about yield on patronage and revenue, can we see that in the future? Because what we're seeing is financial, lots of interest in that. But of course, unless we could see the other part of the equation, we're looking at, disparate parts in different reports, possibly. And so given that you are saying that affordability and access to public transport is in your considerations, you've got measures in place that over time you will be able to identify yield patronage, yield revenue, the social outcomes of affordability. So all that is in place. This is not just, we would hope that they're going to be, improved affordability and improved access and people will come. You are in the process of putting in place measures to check whether the direction that Auckland Transport has taken is actually delivering the expected yields.
Yes, absolutely. We have a lot of new data available to us that's giving us the right views, so we can monitor everything on the daily.
Look, last one, Chair. So when does this group here, when does this committee, after the new fare structure's been put in place, because, look, I'm wearing my councillor hat here and there's a lot of concern about the hefty rise in ferry prices because a lot of people are not working 5 days in the city centre. They're working 3 or 2 and they're impacted. So, their daily journey is a lot more. So do you need a quarter to analyse this or is Is it longer? And when would we see the results of that at this committee?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's fair that we give it at least 3 months under the new fare strategy to be able to provide you with some meaningful insights into what it did and what behaviours we're seeing attributed to the fare strategy. It's only been in place a month. So we'll give it a couple more months and then we'll report back in terms of what we're seeing based on the adjustments we've done too. So, thank you.
John.
Yeah, just picking up on a couple of those other items there. The NZTA put out a discussion document at the end of last year on the increasing the private share of public transport operating expenditure, aka fare box recovery. And one of the sections there talked about the most significant improvement to fare box recovery, private share, whatever you want to call it, can be achieved through increases in passenger demand. So, as opposed to service cuts, getting more people using the services, but which to me is just logical. But one of the dangers they signalled there, and I'd be interested in your commenting on it, is almost a potential death spiral of reducing service levels. So where you might get a short reduction in the operating cost, the private share, but then there's a very real possibility then that also triggers patronage and revenue fare decline, and over a wider time becomes entirely counterproductive. So you get a short sugar hit of cutting this service and that service, but over time you actually go into a downward spiral of reduced patronage and then reduced return, in terms of fare box return. So do you have any comment on that? That was in that discussion paper that was put out in November.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we always need to review our network periodically and see what is working and what's not, and make decisions based on multiple factors with that. Do I think reducing coverage and frequency is a good lever? No, I don't. Why? Because frequency is freedom, and we've got really good demonstrable results in terms of patronage uplift, substantial patronage uplift by improving that. And so, I mean, that's obviously what part of CATA is about, was, improving those frequent networks, so that you got every 15 minutes or better between 7 and 7 days a week. And that does demonstrate it. People want turn up and go. They want to be able to not stand there and wait half an hour, and if they miss that half hourly service, then have to wait another half hour. So it's got to be a balanced approach in terms of how we're doing it. We're going to start a campaign with our 42 frequent routes, because we have improved a lot those frequent connections across Auckland over the last few years. And so we just want to make sure people know that they're there and accessible for them. But what we're going to do is also, all those improvement ones that we do with the CATA throughout the periods of time is snapshot them so you can see that incremental growth in terms of that investment with CATA as well. And so you can see the patronage uplift, because it does demonstrate that theory. Thank you.
The paper, and Stacey, you've remarked upon it, how Auckland's fare box recovery is one of the highest in Australasia, and particularly compared to the Australian cities. And the paper references the, in places like Queensland, Brisbane, where the cost recovery could drop to about 5%. But the other aspect to that, that kind of situation in Australia, is that they introduced these 50-cent fares in Queensland, whether it was a 4-hour trip or a 5-minute bus ride, so it's 50 cents no matter where you go. And that's right, as of the moment, over the last 6 or 7 months, their public transport has jumped nearly 20% in patronage. And the increases, interestingly enough, someone referenced the ferry there. Well, the biggest jump has been in ferry usage, from up to a 42.8% jump, because it was a 50 cent on everything. Now, admittedly, 50 cents is a bit of a stretch, perhaps, but if you're talking about patronage and effect on the networks as a whole, the city's notoriously bad traffic is down, and the Councillor Darby referred to the social effect. You have a lot more people using the public transport for kind of leisure trips, particularly in the weekends. There's been a huge increase. So taking the big picture, even that low fare box recovery has had a monumental effect in 6 or 7 months on patronage and uplift and benefit to the community. So I guess it's just, you know, there has been criticisms about how narrow a view this is and how actually it's inconsistent with the return on car investment, for instance, where I think Greater Auckland said if you did use the same analysis to car users, it would be a 3.4% return or something along that.
You got a question?
So do you have a comment on that? Sorry, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that is not represented here is the externalities, and that's an important consideration too. With the Queensland 50-cent fares, you know, great in terms of an immediate patronage uplift, and 50-cent ferries sounds wonderful, but it's definitely tapped out. You know, it reaches a certain limit, and then you don't have that growth from there. They've got a 5% fare box recovery right now. And so it's a lot ongoing operational cost to keep it there. And potentially, I'm not saying it will, but potentially it will limit their ability to make service improvements. They didn't have to make huge change. Why they didn't have to make huge change was because they had very, very low utilisation. So for them, they didn't have to put in a bunch more services. I can share some information about SEQ, if you like, in terms of their 50-cent fare for information, Chair.
Yeah, as long, and if we can keep it sort of as brief as we can, because we are rolling along, so. Yeah.
I'll reserve the right to speak to this one, Mr. Chair.
No worries. Richard.
Thank you. And yeah, just I guess on that, it's my understanding it's a couple $100 million from the state government, right? Yeah. And sadly, we couldn't keep our subsidies, even our small subsidies from the government. Just on the, I have asked a couple of times, but the patronage numbers, and I'm not trying to make it look better, but it would be good to know if we could have some individual figures, because anecdotally, Stacey, you've told me that we are seeing more Aucklanders use our public transport system, but it's still just not as often. So how can we represent some of that? Because obviously when the trains are closed, it's pretty depressing looking at the average, but actually we are getting far bigger numbers, just not every day.
Absolutely. So we've definitely got more unique hot cards being used. So there's more people using public transport, just less often. That's going to become more challenging to be able to report accurately with the introduction of contactless. Yeah. And so it's something that we're sort of monitoring and seeing how we can do that. But yes, more Aucklanders are using public transport, and I think we do see some, you know, changes. I think as people become more understanding that they can actually use public transport contactless, more people are likely to try it too and sort of get on board. Someone mentioned the other day about special events as a really good opportunity for people to try public transport. And so I think we will see more of an uplift from that. It's going to be constrained in terms of cost components with special events.
Thank you. In the workshop on the private share, we're not really discussing that today. Okay, because that is pretty concerning what the private share direction is. But on some of this is what Councillor Darby was talking about. Have we done any work as we discuss congestion charging, etc., what raising fares too early before that sort of thing comes in, what the effect on, because we often talk about fare box as if we're only serving the person jumping on the bus without considering the network effect of, so those 12% of kids who parents obviously couldn't afford the extra $600 a year to use the bus are now not using the bus anymore, but surely those people are on the road. How do we connect this to congestion and the effects on turning those taps on and off?
Yeah, that's the externalities modelling, right, in terms of displacement. So we do have stuff on rail. Do we have it what I would call more consistently? I don't think so. And to be honest, I'm not sure what's included within the congestion charging framework. I don't know. But yes, in terms of what is that knock-on effect, I mean, if we had 390,000 other movements in cars across the network yesterday, it would have been horrendous. So measuring those externalities is got to be a focus for us too.
Okay, and on the trains, it is a bit wild to see the jump over time, but do we do any inclusion of kilometres travelled? Because I know that those train, compared to a bus is quite different. And also, is that including that jump up, is that the average even when it's closed? Or are we trying to pull out a month that it's open? Because it seems like an unfair way to measure rail if we're getting zero revenue for some months.
Where you're seeing, obviously, which one are we looking at?
The one with the 3.
I know, it looks concerning. Now, I will just reiterate that 30% of what I call the base operating contract, again, came in 22 when we mobilised the Auckland One Rail contract. So in order to measure apples with apples in this pack, you've got just the service cost, but that just the service cost kind of goes out the window when we look at rail, because there is incremental cost that's come in, substantial cost, 30% of the base operating contract, that came in 2022. So there is a big uplift. The next huge uplift that you're seeing in train is attributed to track access. So that's why it looks so substantial.
And are you able to take out a month where we've actually got people using the trains? Because it would seem unfair on the other side of the ledger if we're using months where zero funding's coming in. Zero fare, sorry.
Agreed. This is a year. This is a year cost.
Okay. So the average probably takes it right down.
Yeah, considering it's obviously had suppressed demand. So the likes of bus, that's why I say bus looks relatively even. If you actually consider in terms of, the operating cost, it's not substantial when you actually weigh it up, considering everything that's happened in that category, given we had, 30-40% improvement in terms of bus driver wages. We had huge indexation cost, huge. And during that time, it's actually, you can, what I call balance that in terms of thinking. And even when you look at all of PT, once you group that together, given we're so bus heavy, over 80% of our customers come from bus, it's reasonable. So when you look at rail, obviously it looks distorted because of that. So if you look at 2024 costs at 2019 patronage, that's why there's a big difference, right? Because we have had such a suppressed demand on rail, because we've only had, a substantially reduced, substantially disrupted network. So that's why between the purple and the green with rail, you see quite a significant difference.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just don't want councillors to make, sudden moves on rail because it looks so expensive. Yeah. And my last kind of, comment question, can we have some examples? I get sent them because I ask, but I think things like the Qatar, the 94 on the shore, within weeks it was, because we added more services, it was getting 400 people more a day. 400 more people a day just because we had an uplift. It'd be good for the committee and the public to understand what a small impact can have quite a large, return.
Thank you, Chair. We'll bring that back at a future meeting.
Okay, so 3 more and we're going to break for lunch at 12:30. So, Wayne.
Sure. I'll ask the question first and give some examples, Mr. Chair. And I'm just picking up on the issue that my fellow councillor John Watson raised as it goes to the NZTA study and recommendations. And my question goes like this. So what are you doing and how are you doing it to accelerate quite a number of the things that were identified by NZTA as it goes to enhancing private share and commercial, for example? And if I give you a suite of examples, they talked about advertising revenue, and that could be digital, charging, cafes, improving procurement, a whole variety of things that could drive revenue. And certainly my observation visiting overseas cities, especially Taiwan, where there's no public or no public subsidy on the part of government or local government, it's all entirely commercial and makes profit. So no subsidies because they've got these things in place. What are we doing in this area? Do we have a team and are we accelerating it?
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, we covered a lot of this last week in terms of what we're doing. So, I mean, we have proactively been doing many things to improve our commerciality. Fare strategy just being one of them. Procurement, obviously we're going into future rounds of bus procurement. We've done two already. We've seen, which will materialise in the coming years, improved cost measures with that. So in terms of the commerciality ratio with that, advertising is being reviewed and going to be procured soon. We're also looking at all our other cost levers and also how we can commercialise in terms of some of our land and work with our partners to do so. So there's many things we're doing. We're also working with NZTA. We've been very clear about the things that limit commerciality from their side in terms of their procurement manual and what needs to change in order to be able to improve on that cost basis as well. So we have put a lot of things back in their court and trying to help them with that and actually help the wider sector as well. Thank you.
Okay, Shane. Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Yeah, so 33rd in the world out of 45 for people travelling 15 kilometres away. It's a fantastic report actually. But we're below Wellington, we're below every major Australian city there. Obviously the fare cap is a key tool for this. This was one of the key reasons why we brought it in. But I just want to know if AT is concerned by this, and if so, are there any other measures you're looking at or considering to try and help bridge this gap?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's why we did the fare strategy and that's why we improved it. And so it'll look considerably different next time we do one of those surveys because of that. Consolidating those zones makes a huge difference in affordability for people that have to travel longer distances.
It's fantastic, thank you. The second and final question, reserve my right to speak. I'm noting the Māori impact statement here. There was no impact really listed in that section. Could I kind of politely suggest that actually it would be fair to say that there'd be an impact on Māori disproportionately, because Māori are living further away from the city centre in terms of communities. So would you kind of look at maybe addressing that a little bit more in future reports?
Will do, thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Chris.
Oh, thank you. This is quite, it's an important piece of work, but it's quite a narrow piece of work, and I support the Chair's recommendation. So my question sort of flows on a little bit from that of Richard's, and that's how we extrapolate information around it, because if you're looking at the network, and if you're trying to look at things strategically, which I think we should be from a governance sense, there's some distortionary stuff. You know, for the critics of public transport, they'd say, oh, look, it's going to be cheaper to go on the road. But this is being considered out of context in some ways, because we're not looking at the operating costs on roads and the subsidies on roads. We're not there's a whole body of material that we don't have that will help us better inform what strategic directions that we need to take in the future. Now, I know that for you to provide me with that information is an enormous amount of work, and I'm not requesting that of you, but I want to know what you are doing by way of advocacy to NZTA and to the government, because it's information that every city around New Zealand should actually have. And I don't know that there is a body of work that actually accurately reflects in a comprehensive sense the whole network and where recovery comes and where subsidies should or shouldn't exist. So my question to you is, what are you doing amongst your counterparts in central government to encourage them to try and pick up this as a piece of work that will better inform us in the future? You know, I've had this debate with the Mayor, and you know, he's aware, because there's an ongoing debate over whether it's cheaper to put freight on to road or to rail, and there's a lot of arguments why we should be putting more investment into rail on that count alone, but that's freight. We're talking about passengers here, but the arguments are much the same. And if we are to really have a sensible debate about the time of use or congestion charging, we need all that information. So just want to know what you are doing to play your part in trying to bring that information to us.
Great question, thank you. There's still a lot of work that we're doing with NZTA in terms of, you know, public transport affordability and also the value proposition of public transport. We did last year, but through the Aotearoa Rail Committee, we had a piece of work done in terms of the value of rail. So it obviously sort of looked at some of those externalities that rail brought. As an example, something like that needs to be done for public transport. The thing is, some of those certain components aren't considered in terms of some of the frameworks used, and so we need to understand that a little bit more, and also how we can influence that more broadly, because there's some of that thinking sort of needs to change with it, because accessibility is integral for a city, as I know everyone here understands, that social inclusion aspect and actually being part of a community and being able to move about is super important, and a lot of people do not have the means to do so without public transport, and I think sometimes that point is often missed, so the social harm of not having that is considerable, and actually how you can measure that.
And another very quick question, which is separate to the first, to David here. What you were very pleased with patronage on Monday. What do you factor in by way of weather? When the weather's great, are we going to see more people catching public transport?
Thank you, Councillor. Another good question. When it rains or when it's stormy, people stay at home. We do see a suppressed demand. A lot of people will choose to, if they have that option available to them, obviously not everybody does, but if people have that option available to them, we do see a dip on that day attributed to the weather of the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, probably just jump in on that one. I think what we downplay is that change in travel behaviour on the network since 2019. It's something that my team's constantly trying to get their head around, is what's changed. The 2 days a week at home, if you look at the gap in our patronage, it makes sense. The challenge with that is obviously you still got to run the same bus services, you still got to run the same level of service, if not better, to get people onto public transport. So I think we were looking at the city centre stats in the AM peak, we're down 29% on 2019 still, of people coming into the city centre across all modes. So the gap is justified by that plus rail, but it's what we're looking at is what more can we do to get new people onto public transport.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. So thank you, Stacey, Dave. Thanks very much. So open it up for debate. So, John.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. I think it's been a really good presentation that we've received today, and I certainly appreciate the analysis of the different types of transport. But clearly, to understand the whole fare box recovery issue, you do have to go a lot wider, and I think we must make sure that we do that. The first thing to note is that the fare box recovery challenge is one that's getting faced right around the world. Every public transport system in the world is facing as a consequence of COVID and the attempted recovery. If you look at the United States, for instance, the New York MTA, which is the most widely used PT system in the States, its ratio is usually 51%. It's down to 25% now. Goes to all the other American cities. In Europe, 60% of the transit systems have ratios below 50%. So there's been a change in behaviour, and we're on a kind of road to recovery now. So I just, my plea to us as the councillors is not to take a short-term view, because that would be entirely counterproductive. A number of other councillors have talked about, how public transport benefits people both who use the mode and those who don't. Obviously, more people that get on buses and ferries and trains free up the rest of the network. And it is important to take a whole of network approach. This zeroes in on operational spend. If we chucked in capital spend, that would entirely change the comparison between the different modes.
the city rail link that we had earlier, 5.5 billion, plus goodness knows how many 100 million for the trains and the level crossings and all stuff. The ferries, by comparison, you travel on the water's free, you've got a wharf at one end and a wharf at another end, and you've got 25-year-old ferries chugging up and down. So it's important to take the whole view of the overall costs rather than just zero in on this one, I think. And if we look at some of the places around the world where they really do well, and it's mainly those big Asian populations like Hong Kong, where the fare box, where the fares are low, because the government gives the rail agencies the land and the development rights, which makes a massive property-based profit, just like we heard with the stadiums yesterday, where one of the big Aussie stadiums, they make their money out of the car parking. That's how they largely pay their way. So I think we do have to get a bit more innovative than we have been in terms of trying to, pad out that fare box recovery with a bit more commercial focus that is the feature of these cities around the world that have very high fare box recoveries and low prices and huge PT user rates. So I think we're on the right track. I think things are recovering. I'm not going to get obsessed with the fare box recovery in total, because it's that wider picture that we must look at if it's going to be beneficial over the long term. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Shane. Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one, Chair. Look, I just wanted to acknowledge AT for their fair strategy and their continuing efforts to address this issue. Just really glad that this report is here, because I think it's something we need to keep our eyes on, and we need to constantly suggest improvements and to monitor the situation, because we're still 33rd in the world for most residents that come from our wards into the central city. That we're still 33rd in the world for the transport fares. We used to be even worse, so we're actually improving on that measure, but we're still behind Wellington, we're still behind every Australian city, some of them smaller than us, like Hobart, and so we still have, I think, an affordability crisis for public transport fares for suburban communities, which is most of Auckland. And these are exacerbated by the poor urban planning decisions that have been made over many decades, where most people can't afford to live near where they work or where they study. They have to move in, they have to take public transport and pay those huge fares. Look, I really just acknowledge this group as well for backing in the $50 fare cap. I'm sure your residents for your wards will thank you a lot for that, because it has made a noticeable difference already, more so I think than forecast for suburban communities. And this is partially why that cap actually came in, because people travelling were paying these expensive fares. So look, I'm just really glad that we have this in front of us. I just encourage us to look at it again and again. And also, just last thing I'll add is that the fare box recovery, I think that's very important to note. That's going great. And I think that needs to be a message sent loud and clear to government that actually we're doing our job in this measure, and we should be looking at making our fares cheaper rather than more expensive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Wayne.
I just want to speak to the idea of innovation. The bottom line is that we're interested in getting a better bang for our buck. And my concern, based on what I see, ideas that people come to me with, what I see overseas, is there's a lot more that we could be doing around generating revenue from commercial opportunities. They could be private, they could be public, they could be a combination of the two. And we need to accelerate that. So maybe Auckland Transport could consider, hosting an event and inviting people to come up with ideas, generating the templates for business cases so that people that want to have a 7-day-week ferry service in an area can actually work something up, so that people in the private sector can work something up and make an approach. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of these things are going to make economic sense and save us money, have more people using the services, which means a correlation with a safer service, which is a real issue. So I really want to see us accelerating that, because I've got a real concern around the current commercial nous of the operation that is being run. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off with, I didn't intend to talk, but I'll start off with saying something positive. I want to thank AT, Stacey and the authorisers for the very succinct report. Unfortunately, that's where my positive comments have to end, because what we are seeing in this report, what this report actually is a study in ongoing failure, chronic failure, and by chronic, I'll explain what I mean by chronic later. However, AT is not a particularly popular agency. We all know that. The Mayor himself lashes out occasionally or fairly regularly at AT, I guess because something has irritated him about AT, but he also knows, as everyone does, that AT is very, very unpopular. Be that as it may, it's not popularity I'm talking about and what is being revealed here. It's a question of, on one hand, competency, but also a wider question that probably doesn't even relate to AT itself, and that is an environment in which AT works. And that environment, in terms of public transport, is funneling hundreds of millions of dollars from the public purse into a few foreign investment companies who are earning a good return out of our public transport investment. And what we are getting, rather than a quality outcome, is a diminished outcome. And I notice COVID appears throughout the report. I hate to say it, but when you see reports with COVID in it now, written in it 2025, it's usually people grasping for a rather desperate excuse for failing. And as I say, this report, laudably succinct, is a study in failure, a process that is ongoing. So rather than kicking AT and its inability to push back against the demands, the rising costs, in other words, the demands of these overseas companies, whether they be ferries, whether they be Auckland One Rail, whether they be Kinetic, of foreign companies, one wonders whether AT policy is to even try to push back. That perhaps success for AT is the more money they give these people, the better. But of course, that is just not sustainable for Auckland public transport. We know that there is a huge investment currently underway, and that has its own story in the CRL. But in terms of that investment, the way things are going, not only will we not get a return on that investment, but we will not achieve the public transport and traffic decongestion goals, and even carbon emission reductions that we have set for ourselves because of this chronic failure in our public transport services. I, for a number of years, benchmarked the Auckland Rail service compared to the Wellington Rail service, and on every indicator, Auckland failed compared to Wellington, including fare box return. And for many, many years, rail fare box return was around in the low 20s. Now, though it's not really clear, AT is talking about its fare box return being comparatively better than anywhere else. We believe that Auckland has a higher recovery rate than Wellington and Christchurch. Believe? What's happened to data sharing? I mean, are we going ahead or going backwards, believe, you know, these figures should be obtainable and should be able to be produced. So the question, I'll wrap up, Mr. Chairman, the question is not about AT's unpopularity, or AT's competence, or rather the lack of it. The question is, what are we doing as the governing body to correct this? I was on the only Tangi bus heading towards the ferry, I think in December, and a gentleman on the ferry waved to me, the New Zealand Herald, and said, you know, Auckland Council is taking over AT, and the Herald didn't quite say that, though it certainly hyped things in that direction. Sadly, that is not the case at all, but you'd be surprised how many people believe it. But it's time that we thought very, very seriously about the whole system that governs public transport services and the hemorrhaging of hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayers for a diminishing return, which is on track for failure. Thank you.
Richard? Good, thank you. That was interesting. I mean, the hard thing for AT is the fact that more people are using our services, but not everyone is using them the way they were pre-COVID. I would love to see everyone around this table come into the city 5 days a week, let alone 2 days a week. It would be great. So, you know, we could show an example of what it looks like if we expect somehow magically AT are going to get everyone back exactly the same patterns as before when it, you know, I think we had workshops yesterday. How many were in? 6 people? Anyway, I think we expect a lot of others without showing leadership. But the on the fares and the work, I think we're 20, I don't know how many thousand services go out there every day. We get pretty good services. Our main issue right now is that we are having to close the trains. We cannot count anyone if things are closed. And that is also because with the last government, the new government and us requesting significant upgrades. You can't do $330 million of upgrades on a rail network without having to close it. And maybe that's for decades of not asking for that investment. So I'm glad we're finally doing it. But it is frustrating when things don't go right. The other thing, it is disappointing. I would love for us to be Queensland, but that's $300 million from a state government. We got the 40 million odd of the government taken off us, unfortunately, early last year, which has now put that extra $600 a year back onto parents, $1,200 a year if you've got 2 kids at school. So that is a tough ask, getting those kids back when money is so tight right now. So I think we all have an opportunity to continue. Chris and I led a number of years ago the free kids weekends for under 15s, and that, you know, that was $500,000, yes, but it had a significant uplift in kids and families using the. So I think there is opportunities for us to continue to push, increase our budgets. A lot of this is up to us. AT's doing what us and the government give them. But, you know, I will acknowledge coming down the track, if this private share model comes into play from the government, it is going to make things much harder. We're going to have to put up fares to match this, and I'm glad AT at the moment are pushing back and saying that it will be catastrophic if we move to that direction. So I just hope that we can add more factors into this around what it will mean if we have to raise fares or commercial funding in the speed that the government expects us to reach those percentages. But it is up to us. We can put more funding in, but those percentages coming from NZTA government won't be up to us. But I just want to say, you know, we have a growing public transport system. It's far better than it was when I was young, far better than it was 10 years ago. We've got a lot more to do, but a lot of it is up to us. And guess what? In a few months or years, more of this is going to be in our control. We are going to be governing a lot more of this, and we won't be able to point our fingers at anyone else. All the people out there doing the great work on the public transport system. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Darby.
Thanks. Look, I'm really encouraged by the engagement and the conversation on fare policy. I don't think we've got stuck into it. And, you know, particularly Councillor Watson, your engagement on this, it's been consistent, and Councillor Shane Henderson, Councillor Hills, you know, it's a discussion we're going to have to keep having. On that note, I think I'm, along with Councillor Watson, we've been watching this Queensland example unfold, where the Labor government brought in a trial of 50-cent fares, and then suddenly the electorate gave the signal to the very conservative Liberal National Party that they had to back it up, and they backed it up. But it's not that simple. I've actually just this week written to the Minister of Transport and Main Roads in Australia asking for their internal and external reviews so I can personally understand it as a councillor. But then I started looking at some other global examples around the world, and it's not that easy and straightforward to just benchmark against other cities and say, look at their fare box recovery, look at their fare structure, we should be doing that. Because they're all coming off different baselines. Our baseline is unique, and that's no excuse. But if you look at a city like Tallinn in Estonia, or Luxembourg, but particularly Tallinn, they brought in free fares 11 years ago. Their patronage for public transport, and this could be an outlier, and I'm not just highlighting this as the outlier negative, but their public transport patronage has dropped and car ownership has gone up. But if you look at the uniqueness of them, they were coming off a low fare structure anyway. What global surveys say is, and this is around the world, generally around the world, affordability is important, but outweighing that is the quality of public transport, the reliability of public transport, and the comfort/safety of public transport. That's what users want first. And it's coupled with fare affordability. But you can't consider those aspects of public transport in isolation of fare affordability. And this is the challenge that Auckland Transport's got. They've got all these balls in the air trying to get the balance to land, you know, as best as we can to apply to our unique situation. I think there are risks in sort of hunting down free fares and 50-cent fares, because as Queensland is starting to see, and one of the reports that I've read is there is now risk for capital projects because the business cases are now weakened because the revenue isn't coming in the same way. It is coming through from, you know, big hefty state government grants, but they're moneyed over there. You know, they've got a whole lot of mines further west. I think it is west. So it's complex. My view is the fare setting has to be, you know, target markets of PT users. And Auckland Transport has started to do that. You know, Richard and I have been advocates for targeting the market of young people and getting young people moving more freely. It's got a whole lot of social benefits. The socialisation of young people, where they don't have to go to mum and dad or grandparents or Wairafano to find out whether they can catch the bus and go and hang out with friends. That has an incredible social benefit, which I don't think is being calculated right now with Auckland Transport, but let's hope to do that in the future. But look, this has been a good conversation, and one that the chair of Auckland Transport Board has sat here and witnessed, and the chief executive, and it is one that we're going to have to keep having, not in extremes, but putting all the various parts of it together. And I'm grateful for this conversation. It's a healthy one.
Thank you. Okay, no further comments. So thanks, good chat, and good topic to be discussed. It's a service that we provide, and like many things that we provide, and sometimes it just doesn't return huge amounts of money to us. So it's the cost of not doing it that is the thing that worries me. So it's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. We're going to have a break for lunch, come back to talk healthy and caring water at 20 past.
a couple of minutes late. So we're going to move on. Next item on the agenda is Craig McElroy for the Healthy Waters update. And just a reminder, this isn't about the blue-green network stuff, which is in its own little wrap-up. So this is just a normal business as usual update. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Lovely to be with you this afternoon. So we can move on to the next slide. So, look, I won't read through the detail of this slide. It's just talking about the things that we do in healthy waters and flood resilience. But what I would like to say to this slide is that we can only be successful if we're running successful collaboration. And I'm talking now about collaboration across the group. I'm talking about collaboration with iwi Māori. I'm talking about collaboration with the community and with private developers. So a huge amount of our business is coming to the party along with all the other stakeholders, because we can't do a lot of this stuff by ourselves to get successful outcomes. Just a couple of numbers. You've heard me say this before, but a lot of our business is we're not just about pipes and drains. More of our assets now are natural assets, and they are hard engineered assets. And our customer satisfaction is not where I'd like it to be. It's at 63%, which is better. It's on a steady improvement at the moment, but we've got a number of initiatives underway to improve our customer satisfaction. And I think primarily one of the key things is to have better systems and processes, so people don't a lot of people get kicked between healthy waters and water care in particular, because initially it's not clear whether it's a water issue, a wastewater issue, a stormwater issue. And so we're working really closely with water care now around system improvements, which I think is also going to end up in better customer satisfaction ratings as well. We've got a number of contracts with the community and with Māori organisations, $6 million. Although we have the Safe Swim model, and we also do a lot of water quality samples which are used primarily to validate our models, and so in order to ensure that our models are fit for purpose, you can't go out and monitor all of the time, but when we do monitoring, it's very much targeted around getting better model outcomes, so then we can use those models to make better business decisions. And just on the capital spend, although it's $85 million to date, we are on track to deliver our forecast for the year. So our capital budget for the year is $191.3 million, and we're very confident that we'll actually slightly exceed that by the tune of a couple of $1 million at $193.5. And one of the reasons that I can be very confident about achieving the budget is that these aren't only healthy waters projects. We're doing the separation works in Point Chev, and stage 2 was completed in November 25. That was delivered through Auckland Transport. And we wanted to get in there once, so that was a dig once situation. So we didn't want Auckland Transport doing work on the road and then Healthy Waters coming and later on to do work on the stormwater separation. So we tied it all together. Another key project for us is the Eastern Busway. We're taking advantage of the Eastern Busway to upgrade the stormwater treatment so that not only it relates to the busway, it relates to the wider catchment as well. And that's been delivered through the Eastern Busway Alliance project. And our other big partner is Watercare with the cost-sharing arrangements which has come to council previously around both the Point Erin Tunnel and the Herne Bay Collector, because those projects provide both a wastewater and a stormwater benefit and ultimately a water quality outcome benefit around the Safe Swim program. So we're delighted to be partnering with Watercare, and no doubt you'll hear more about that when Shane comes and presents very shortly. Just want to highlight the work that we're doing with iwi Māori, and in particular we've got a very a Māori Employment Initiatives program looking at water quality monitoring and network compliance, where the candidates that are working through this program actually come out of the other end with some formal qualifications. So, it's really great for their own career prospects, but also that learning is taken back into the individual iwi as well. So it's like a training the trainer session, and so that knowledge that they gain can be taken back into the iwi, and we have 6 kaimahi from 4 Tamaki Makaro iwi involved in that program at the moment. And at a more general level, we've now got all of our significant projects, we're partnering with mana whenua around the design and our catchment studies, and so that partnership starts at the beginning, not when a business case is prepared and it's often too late to make significant changes to designs, etc. We're a great believer in actually having that engagement up front early in the life cycle of a project. And one project that has completed this year, which has been a really successful project, is our Hotio sediment reduction program, where we had a significant contribution from Ministry for the Environment to help us with that project. And so you can see a couple of photos on the left, which are the before and after, and obviously the after is obviously relying on it's early on in the piece with the rehabilitation, but obviously that planting will quickly, it's quite amazing how quickly the planting actually takes hold. And but that's an early photograph when the planting has just been completed. A big milestone project for us that got completed end of last year was our Ports of Auckland tunnel project, a $49 million project cost, and also we've had a number of renewal projects completed in the last 6 months, 21 in total, 4 emergency projects emanating from the 23 flood events, and 9 community water and wastewater treatment plant upgrades. And so we run a lot of the small plants that effectively council-owned plants that are required to support our community facilities. And so they're now run through Healthy Waters. And we've also got 10 renewal projects in progress at the moment. We've got a major project with a new culvert under Greville Road, which is very close to completion, and also some emergency works in Beach Haven Road that are underway at the moment. Just some more numbers in relation to the current financial year. 2,785 requests for service this year, which is quite a few less than normal. And I guess that's a function of the type of weather that we've been experiencing. But we are considerably up on our catchment cleans at 110,000 with the additional investment that's gone into catchment cleaning. And also a lot of extra investments gone into so-called cleaning as well. So at 2,900. Our target for our emergency RFS is 60 minutes for a response time. And we're running at 50 minutes on average in respect to that KPI. And we've done an awful lot of evaluation of pipe condition through CCTV. So we're up to 136 kilometres this year. And that enables us to classify our assets as either Category 3 or Category 4 or 5. And when they get to 4/5, that is when we get in and do the just-in-time renewals of those pipes. A number of water quality programs that we're involved in at the moment. We've got separation projects that just started construction in January and February this year for Oakley Bollard and Blockhouse Bay. A very significant separation project that is actually starting this month in Lower Kaiba Pass and Kingdon Street, which is the start of our Eastern Isthmus Water Quality Improvement Program. That's going to be a great help for Watercare when they work into their detailed design for the Newmarket Gully tunnel project. Also the water quality treatment device retrofit going into the concourse in Henderson, which is due to be completed in April this year. And also on the left there are photos before and after of the Blackgate Reserve naturalisation project that was completed in November, and that was funded by offset obligations where developers are required to provide a financial offset to respond to consent requirements, and we're able to utilise that funding to deliver effectively community projects. Also, some significant work. Andy mentioned, or the chair mentioned at the beginning, that I wouldn't be talking today about the Blue-Green Network program at all, but in actual fact, the work that we're doing on the Parata Road culvert upgrade, although this planning for this work started before the January 23 flood, it actually does form part of the Whangapuri catchment wider project, in which we're doing a major upgrade in Parata Road at the moment. And there's a photograph of that work that's underway at the moment. We've also had 2 projects in Hauraki and Omaha to resolve habitable flaw and nuisance and road flooding, partially funded through growth, because there's a growth component to those projects as well. And we've got 3 more under construction in Papatuitui, Forest Hill and Half Moon Bay. So just referring back to the previous Ports of Auckland project that I talked about, now that we've put in the new siphon tunnel, we were able to get in and access the existing asset that we were actually duplicating in the Ports of Auckland site. But we couldn't get in and do that work because the culvert was actually part of the main network, and it was also subject to tidal inundation as the tide comes in and out. So now we're able to actually isolate that asset, do a thorough inspection of it, and the risk is pretty much what we thought, in that it's getting very close to the end of its life. And so we're doing an assessment at the moment and figuring out the most cost-effective way to effectively reline that culvert, and then bring that back into service, because it provides for a secondary flow path for the stormwater going through the Ports of Auckland site. Now, this site's incredibly important because it provides flood protection to Britomart, so it's a key project for us. Also, we're doing a number of additional upgrades of our water treatment plants and wastewater disposal at Wharapu, Atuia Creek, Scandred and Whakanewha regional parks planned for this year. Just on stuff that's going on in a policy sense that has a big impact on healthy waters is the new local government water services bill, which is going through the select committee at the moment, and there's been some very significant changes in the legislation around a much better definition of stormwater, which looks at the wider aspects of stormwater, not just being pipes, but being the natural environment and natural streams, being overland flow paths, which is something that we've been pushing for some time. There's the changes to the Resource Management Act that have been proposed as well, and also there's talk over time of national policy statements being introduced into areas like stormwater where those national policy statements don't currently exist. Just around the consenting environment, consenting is a massive expense for healthy waters and flood resilience, and we're looking at ways to make that a more cost-effective process. We've already been successful in getting a fish passage remediation project across the region, and so having got a regional consent, it means we don't have to then apply for individual consents. We just have to produce a management plan for each project that's in compliance with the regional fish passage consent to enable us to do the work. So it's a far more cost-effective way to do it. So we want to do the same thing for stream and estuary maintenance and renewals and flood resilience projects. So we get a regional consent, get it done once, And then it can be applied to all of the specific opportunities that crop up in the future. And I think that will have a very considerable cost saving for us, which means that that money can then go into doing additional work. We also think that the management plans that we prepare could be potentially self-authorised by ourselves on the basis that we need to be held accountable for the outcomes that we're looking to deliver. But I believe that if things are structured appropriately, there is absolutely no reason why, with full transparency, working with communities, where all these plans are open book, so everyone knows what's in the plans. So why our feeling is we should be able to self-authorise those plans as long as we're held accountable for delivering the right outcomes. Once again, there'll be a cost saving in that initiative. And if you look at the order and council process that we used for Mangere, that really was all the work that was prepared for that order and council was generated through the Healthy Waters team. And I think that demonstrates that we can actually gain the confidence of both the central government and the community that this is a reasonable approach to apply as long as we're held accountable for delivering on what we say we're going to do. And I think I'll leave it at that, and just very happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Thank you, Craig. So first question, Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Craig. Very, very good report. Impressive. Look, you may not know right now, and I'm happy for you to come back to me, but I'm very interested in regional consenting because you say it has significant cost savings, and I think that is to be commended. Do you have any idea about the level of savings that you would get if you put these regional consents in? Because one of the problems in many projects are our own, a problem of our own making, in so much that we call for the consents and they're expensive to do, right? So, as I said, very impressed at the regional look at that, and just, do you have any idea what that could save in your department from a financial perspective?
The savings are very considerable. If I could come back with the specifics, because I don't want to quote a number because it may be a little bit out. But not only is it going to save us money, it's also going to save us time. And we're under enormous pressure. And I know this isn't about the blue-green networks today, but as a specific example, we're under real pressure with the Crown partnership to get on and deliver quick outcomes to satisfy the Crown around their level of contribution. So getting that consenting sorted out early on in the piece is going to be very helpful in that Crown relationship as well.
Just get someone to move too. Someone want to move? Thank you, Chris. And second, Desley. Okay, any further questions on this for Craig? Oh, Julie, sorry.
Thank you. So I've got two questions. One is about the separation work. And I understand that in some areas we're now only doing partial separation, which is not what the community was necessarily expecting. So is that going to be the way going forward, that we're going to be focusing on council land and laterals as opposed to doing wholesale areas?
So we're doing when we do the separation, we'll put in the asset in the road to take the road and any properties that are already separated to the boundary. If there are properties that are yet to be separated to the boundary, they have two options. They can either, well, the option is that you either pay and put in the private works yourself if you want to do it straight away, or you wait until the property is redeveloped, and then you could not redevelop on that property without doing the separation to the boundary.
Okay. Is that a change in approach?
It's where we started. It's where we started, and then we went to we have done in some special circumstances work in private property as well, but it's incredibly expensive to do that work in private property. And the way we're looking at it now is that we're targeting areas where we're going to get the maximum benefit. And in many cases, there are a lot of properties that are already separated to the boundary already.
Okay, so are we going back to those communities where we might have raised an expectation of full separation.
Yes, we've
and
had a
having that
number of
conversation.
specific local board workshops in the areas of interest where we've gone through the specific details with those local boards, and we will also be consulting with the affected communities as well.
Right, I'd be interested in more information on the
Yeah, no,
conversation
happy
with the
to-
communities.
Happy to share more detail with you,
Offline,
Julie.
yeah. Thank you. The other question I had was, as we look at the Category 3 land as solutions for some of the areas that previously had blue-green networks planned for them, so I'm thinking about, I'm not allowed to use can I use an example? It's not in my ward. Anyway, what are we thinking that they will actually look like on the ground? If we're not doing like a full blue-green network treatment, what is the thinking at the moment about those parcels of, say we've got a street where we might have 6 contiguous properties.
Yeah.
In the short term, I imagine we're leaving that as just permeable surface as much as possible. But what's sort of the next phase for those kinds of sites?
So we would call those minor blue-green opportunities, and so we think there are a number of minor blue-green opportunities that the Cat 3 buyout facilitates a good outcome where you have a group of Cat 3 properties adjoining each other, or it could be adjoining existing council land, for example.
Yeah.
And so we'll be looking to effectively package those up into work packages, which I think at this stage are most likely to be reflected through the 2027 LTP.
Okay.
Because we're really, really constrained by what we can do up until then with the change of emphasis away from the blue-greens into the buyouts. Yep. That's already cut our monies very much, but we believe longer term we have to look at those opportunities.
So it's
they'll be the home for them will be the 2027 LTP.
So it's likely that until at least 27, 28, they're going to stay as they are, unless I guess a local board has a project.
Well, I think the houses will probably almost be certainly removed where it makes sense to remove those houses. But in terms of, I guess, defining exactly what that's going to look like, there may be some specific circumstances that lead us down a different path. But in general, I think some of that work will be constrained by our budgetary constraints.
And final question, Chair, are we looking at the what used to be called, if I remember correctly, HWBOB, the Healthy Waters Biodiversity Offset Bank? Are we looking at that as a funding option?
Absolutely. So that diversity bank, by the way, applies to our own projects as well as to private developers. And so the idea with that funding would be where there's a sensible regional scheme that would benefit from the funding of the individual developers, rather than each developer doing a little bit of small-scale offsetting, if we combine all that money together. And my view is, provided it's within the same local board area, that seems to me that's quite a fair sort of way of looking at it. And so we're trying to identify those opportunities where we have existing projects that effectively could be funded through that bank mechanism.
Would it be possible to look at stream catchments? Because in some cases there might be...
No, that's a good point. Perhaps rather than local board catchment, I should have probably referred to catchment boundaries as opposed to local board boundaries.
Yeah. Thanks, Craig.
Kia ora.
Honey.
Thank you for that report. Just quickly, it was great hearing the engagement taken with Māori initiatives around. What would be one of the key aspects of working with Māori that you could advise or give to put across the rest of the Māori council groups engaging of Māori?
Oh, we've had, they've just made such a valuable contribution in terms of just looking at these projects from a more holistic and total perspective. And to be honest, when you look at the things that iwi Māori value in a project, they're actually, it's like looking at through a different lens, if you like. But it's been huge. It's helped us with the decisions around the planting, for example, the types of planting that we want to apply. And so it's been incredibly valuable. Also, just understanding the whole background and the history of the areas. It's just been a really great great initiative from, I think, both sides of the fence.
It's just a follow-on question, and it's going back to the regional consenting. In terms of how would you then go about engaging Māori directly around that?
On the regional consent project, we would want iwi Māori as part of the initial team that does this, works with us right from the beginning. Okay. We will not go near a regional consent without the full backing and support of iwi Māori, because obviously that's a key component of any successful consenting mechanism, and so that has to happen right at the beginning, before we make any decisions. I think the secret is the early engagement, not waiting until you're way down the path and suddenly deciding you need to consult. That doesn't work. We've got to do it right from the beginning.
That's good. Thank you.
Chris?
Mine was supplementary to the Deputy Mayor's, and that's on regional consents. What were the roadblocks for doing those in the past? Why didn't we do them, given the logic of it?
Good question. Certainly since 2023, we've been incredibly distracted with the events of early in 2023. I think it's like a lot of things in life, with the benefit of hindsight. Maybe we should have thought of this earlier, but we didn't. And I guess we're finding now, particularly through the blue-green initiatives, that there's so much we're going to be doing that's going to be quite repetitive in nature.
Thanks for that.
Okay, no further questions, so thank you, Craig, as always. Okay, so any discussion, debate on this? None. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. Next up, bring up Shane Cunis, Chief Program Delivery Officer, and David White, Program Director for the Central Interceptor Project. I'm not sure whether Jamie is online, or is he? No, that's right. Okay. Welcome, Shane, and all yours.
Good afternoon. No worries. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the first time David White has joined me. He has the dubious distinction of taking over from my role at Central Interceptor, and I've also expanded his scope of work in recent times to include all the underground projects. And he's here to talk about Queen Street, which I'm sure is it's a very visible project for us. Right. Here we go. Okay. That's Aoraki Sewer Stage 1 works. So I'm pleased to report that all our works there are complete. The car park has been reinstated. There is not a road cone in sight. And so we appreciate the local community's patience in getting that very, very challenging work done, but it's done. And that's a fantastic outcome. And I know a number of you have come to site. That's the good news on Aoraki Sewer. So obviously, just to recap, stage 1 is between what we call manhole 16 and manhole 15, done under emergency provisions. That was where the failure happened. Stage 2 has also been done under emergency provision, and that is where we're working from manhole 14 back towards manhole 15. Stages 3, 4 and 5 are yet to commence, and we're actually now reviewing the methodology for delivering an asset that will last 100 years. We are finding that the installation of the liner is far more challenging than what we originally anticipated, and those are very, very long sections. So we're looking with the help of David and his team, who are underground experts, as is there a better way of achieving a long-term solution for the Aoraki Sewer. So those stages are currently on hold. This is stage 2. I was actually on site yesterday with board member Julian Smith. The actual Aoraki Sewer has now been cut. So the shaft excavation Alburin Reserve has been completed. The top of the Aoraki Sewer has been removed, despite the very, very extended period of fantastic weather that we've had. There are still significant flows in the Aoraki Sewer. And that's the real challenge, is that we have to go into the sewer to put the liner in and then grout it up. And that work is predominantly done all at night. Just that's when the flows are lowest. I'd love to say it's going to be quiet, but it's not. And that's when we're going to start to impact the stakeholders in the neighbourhood. We have bought a number of properties and a number of people have relocated to alternate accommodation for the duration of this work.
Did you say you bought some properties?
We bought some properties for those that would be most affected. But it's still, I think you will, and particularly for the members it's in their wards, you may get complaints. And we'll work with our stakeholders to try and minimise that. But our goal is to get in while we can, particularly while this fine weather's around, and to install the liner as quickly and as safely as we can. But it is a very, very challenging neighbourhood. Just taking deliveries into that site, it's down a very quiet road. You know, it's a very tough site. But the team are doing a fantastic job. We did also find that when we were excavating that shaft, the ground conditions weren't as anticipated. It was significantly more challenging rock excavation. So we're now saying that we will be out of there by October 2025. If we get a very wet winter, that's going to become a challenge. But we're doing everything we can to get in there, get out, and then that will help protect that sewer going forward. And as I said, sections 3, 4 and 5 are currently under review. The central interceptor, still my favourite child. It must be said, you can never get rid of it. And we've actually had a change in this graphic from just work being done to actually sections that are live. I know a number of you came to site for the switching on of the southern section on Valentine's Day. It was a fantastic day. The tunnel boring machine is due to arrive at Point Erin in approximately 3 weeks. And so that means we will have completed all tunnelling. We will have crossed the entire isthmus by the end of March. I think that's a fantastic outcome. 16.2 kilometres of tunnel. It is a huge achievement. It is the largest longest bored tunnel in New Zealand. That's to put it in perspective of what we've achieved. And so we will celebrate that. We're also starting to close up a number of sites. They're being returned back to what they were, and we're leaving neighbourhoods, which I'm sure our stakeholders in those areas are glad that we're going. In some cases they miss us, but to me this is an example of project delivery done well, and I think we should all be very, very proud of it. Now, to break up the dullness of my voice, for those that weren't here on the day, we've got a couple of videos. The first is just a summary.
Auckland has a big problem. Some of our city's beautiful golden beaches and streams are flooded with wastewater every time it rains.
In older parts of the city, there's a combined stormwater and wastewater system, and in heavy rain, the system is overwhelmed and overflows into our streams and beaches.
No swimming at some of our favourite spots.
Watercare's billion-dollar central interceptor tunnel under Auckland is going to fix the problem. Together with our construction partners, Gela Abergeldy Joint Venture, we're building a 16.2-kilometre-long tunnel running from Herne Bay to Mangere Wastewater Treatment Plant, together with associated new infrastructure.
Gela has more than 100 years of international tunneling expertise. Our crews work safely and efficiently. We started construction in 2019. Our tunnel boring machine, Iwe Iterangi, crossed the Manuka Harbour and has gone through 10 shafts so far. We've built 17 shafts along the tunnel route.
And 2 link sewers that intersect the main tunnel.
Despite COVID-19, floods and supply shortages,
We entered wastewater to connect the central interceptor to live sewers.
Built a whole new pump station and other infrastructure. To send flows from the central interceptor tunnel to the treatment plant for processing. This way.
And we've done it safely.
And now it's time to turn on the southern half of this tunnel.
From May Road, Mount Roskill South, we're going live, baby.
So is it time to switch it on?
Not yet.
We won't see the major environmental benefits until the whole Central Interceptor project is completed in 2026, because most of the major wet weather overflows occur in the northern section of the tunnel route, like here, near our Lion Avenue site in Mount Albert.
Or here at Oakley Creek. Or here at Point Chef Beach.
But the central interceptor will increase resiliency. This old pump station here in Hillsborough was often overwhelmed by stormwater and massive storms. The new central interceptor tunnel below us will take the flows to the Mangere treatment plant over there. A reduced risk of mechanical failure is a win.
And the ageing Western Interceptor will no longer carry flows under the Manukau Harbour.
Job done.
Job done, mate.
We're proud of our team and our legacy of a cleaner environment for the next 100 years.
So is it time to switch it on now?
Yes, it is.
So not bad for a bunch of construction workers, really. And that was what we played before we did this. Let's see if the second one works. I don't know where I'm pointing this. There we go.
Project that can deliver all these outcomes will remain relatively on budget, on scope and on time is something I can get behind. I now give the order to start the pumps. Ready, go!
Thank you for this contribution. Thank you to you all for the work that you've done to make this a reality. You should be all very proud, and as a result, you sustain and improve Aucklanders' future.
It's cool. I turned on the biggest pump station in Watercare, and it worked first time, so does it get any better than that?
2, 3.
So for those that were there, it was a great day. It was so hot, it must be said, but I think everyone had a really good time. And I think they really reflected on what we've gone through to get here and the fact that we are changing Auckland forever, and you've all been part of that journey. So I thank you for all the support you've given us over the last 6 years. And again, we are so close to seeing the end of the finish line. We're not quite there yet. A lot of hard work still to go, but we are getting close. At this point, I'm going to hand over to David, because this is probably our most visible project, and I'm sure you've all seen it, as you can see it from Albert Street. It's a very constrained site. One thing I think, hopefully you've noticed, is the quality of the hoardings and the information we're displaying to support local businesses. I think we've gone that extra yard, rather than just putting up what typically goes around construction sites. I have actually a view that if we put more effort into that quality of hoarding, actually they're less likely to be graffitied, because people see the pride and they also see the quality of them. But this is a very, very challenging project, so I'm going to now ask David to brief you on this.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you, Shane. So after CI, the key is to try to keep our work crews busy, and hence we've got the pleasure of Shane putting in more tunnelling projects into our scope. So Queen Street is a very high profile project for us, quite different to a lot of the CI sites, which are much more in remote locations. But Queen Street, very challenging, but equally very needy as well. Hence why we're doing it. So many stakeholders, so many other projects to interface with, very high profile. So that's why we've got a significant management team out there. The biggest challenge for us is around the connection at the bottom end of the street at Victoria Street, and that's where we connect into the Aoraki main sewer. And there've been a few developments there over the last few months that have actually made that more challenging for us in terms of how we connect into that safely and how we do the work during low flow conditions. Now, one of the benefits is actually with CI coming online, that will help us reduce flow inside the Aoraki main sewer. But if we do it after the whole of CI is commissioned, what it means is we won't finish at the bottom end of the Queen Street until later than was originally anticipated. But it's still the right thing to do. But there'll be impacts which will go on longer, but we're going to have to manage those impacts.
So we're working very closely with the Midtown Group. We know you want us out of there as soon as we possibly can. The way we'll do that is be out of there doing it right the first time. And it will be that Aoraki sewer, that will be the problem, but we'll continue to work closely and we'll come up with the best outcome for Auckland. But it is, as I say, it is a very high profile site. Judges Bay is another one that I think we all want to have happen, and I'm pleased to say it's well on track. Judges Bay is one of the few permanently black flagged waterways. I unfortunately can say I have swum in there, but that was pre-safe swim, so I wished I'd known. Anyway, a new pump station is going in, so the sewer underneath Judges Bay failed during the floods. It's impractical to dig it up and repair it, so we're putting in a brand new pump station and some rising mains. That work's going on. The local neighbourhood's been very, very patient with the disruption on the roads, as has Parnell Baths, because we've obviously taken a number of the car parks that are heavily used at this time of the year. But it's on track for finishing in May 2025, and that'll be a great outcome because that should enable that black flag to be removed. So that's another successful project. The Southwest Wastewater Scheme, I'm sure you're all aware of the issues we had with the consent around that last year. We are working though on installing a small wastewater treatment plant that will service the Clarks Beach area and the surrounds, and an outfall which will enable the new consent to be activated. You can see on the top the contractor delivering the outfall is established on site, and it is a micro-tunnelling project for the outfall into the Manukau. And then below we've actually put in a temporary plant to get us through winter 2025 to improve the water quality, and all works will be completed by June 2026. Again, we're working very, very closely with particularly the golf club because we're in their land, but ultimately we're doing it very, very well. It will enable us to provide a far better quality outcome for that area and enable some growth to be serviced ahead of the long-term solution for that scheme to be delivered. So it's another example. Other highlights, the big one was the pipeline through Warperth. A number of you will have been aware that the local community was unhappy with the original approach of open trenching through the Queen Street. The team has worked very, very diligently with the stakeholders, and we've come up with an alternate method using essentially a trenchless solution. It was endorsed by the board in December 24, and we're progressing that now, and it should enable a faster conclusion for that project. So that was a great outcome. At the Snells wastewater treatment plant, which has been under upgrade for a number of years, will go live in September 25, again improving the quality of the discharge. The Pukekohe water treatment plant, we recommissioned that after damage during the floods very, very rapidly because of the arsenic that was detected in the Waikato River in November, December. So that was another good win of how we can adapt quickly and to the operating conditions we're under. And the Whenuapai Package 3 works, there was a lot of media coverage about that last year, about tankering of wastewater from some new developments. we've commenced that work, and that will actually enable the growth of that area to continue, and we're servicing multiple developers. So we have very busy time. We're on track to spend over $1 billion a year again this year. Next year it gets even busier. On top of that, we've got the capital raise going on. That's going fantastically well. So Watercare is progressing at full steam towards financial independence, new legislation, economic regulation, delivering a significant capital program, and there's lots to celebrate. So, but lots and lots of challenges. So happy to take some questions. That is a photo from deep underground. One of the tunnel workers. I just love it as a photo because it's light at the end of the tunnel, pardon the pun. But you don't know if it's nighttime, daytime. You're on the train, and so many people won't know what we've gone through to put a tunnel across the entire Auckland Isthmus. So, yeah, happy for any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Shane. So Desley's going to move this, Julie's going to second it. Questions, Shane?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for your hard work. Look, I just wanted to check how many properties were bought as part of the Orake main sewer works, and did you explore leasing as opposed to purchasing?
We explore all options that we can. I think it may have been 4. I'd have to confirm that number. It wasn't a huge number, and they were the ones that backed right onto the shaft site. And we don't. And we bought a number of, for example, on Central Interceptor. We go into it with the willing buyer, willing seller approach, so it's not compulsory acquisition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Honey?
Oh, thanks for that. Good success stories that you just told us about. I'm just interested in a couple of questions. Engagement that took place, working with iwi Māori, especially around one of the areas of customary rights on the waterfront there. I think it was Judgment Bay wastewater upgrade. What engagement did take place around that? And the second one is, I just noted that Take Waikato from the Waikato River, have you had any engagement directly with Tamaki Makaurau iwi, let alone what type of issues may come about, if any, with the water tank?
So we've had significant involvement of mana whenua on all our projects. I can say, with regards to the last part, the Waikato River, I was there the day Tainui gifted the water to Ngāti Whātua back in 2002. We consider them a partner, and equally on all of the Central Interceptor projects, all the wastewater projects, we're very, very aware of the relationship that mana whenua have with the environment, and we work with them to come up with solutions that are what's best for the environment and best for mana whenua. So, huge amounts of involvement.
Thanks for that. And further to engagement with other iwi besides Whātua as well, right across the board?
So, yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
You've mentioned you were there when Tainui gifted it to Whātua. I'm aware there's 19 iwi across Tamaki Makaurau, let alone within the same area that we're talking about. Were there any other engagement with iwi?
Look, back in 1999 to 2000, it was, as I say, I was a junior engineer, so I was just using that as an example of the relationship we've had. We have strong relationships with all 19 iwi, and we work with all of them to achieve the outcomes.
Okay.
And it's not just Ngāti Whātua, as I say, it's everyone, and so that's how we engage on projects.
Okay, thank you.
Richard?
Thank you. Thanks for all the information. It's really good. A couple of questions. First on Queen Street and the massive works that are going on. Thank you for taking feedback around things like lighting and spacing and trying to make it as safe as possible. I guess my question is though, will you, and I know you're working closely with the council team, but will you do your best to reduce footprint as soon as you can, not waiting, to echo the mayor, putting trucks and different things in there where you don't need to? And will we ensure we're working with for the best outcomes of the surface that goes back. You know, we've got City Rail Link and everything going on. If we can make sure that this is like far better post this massive disruption, although it's really, really important disruption.
Absolutely. I mean, for it to be a success, it needs to be a fully coordinated effort, and there's a lot of parties all working in an area that's had significant disruption over the years, and so the team is well aware of the need to minimise footprint, minimise traffic movements, but then also, you know, time is the issue really. I mean, everyone can understand a certain amount of disturbance, but it becomes a time issue, and the sooner we can close sites up or reduce sites to the minimum, the better, and that's what we'll be working towards.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is we do some really great comms on this big stuff, but how do we get a better sort of understanding for Auckland is that we've increased this capital program from about 300 million a year 8 years ago to 1.1 billion, but a lot of people still think, oh, bloody Watercare, bloody council, nothing's done and nothing's fixed until it breaks. Where it's, how do we get that kind of approach out there to show the rapid advancement, not to toot our horn, but to show people they are getting value everywhere in the city?
I think you'll see a noticeable change in approach. We've recently had Meg Wiltshire join us as Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. I think she's going to revitalise our approach to comms. We're going to leverage off what the learnings from Central Interceptor. We're looking at repurposing the Discovery Centre that has been solely focused on Central Interceptor, but now applying it to the wider program of works. I agree with you. We need to tell the story about what we're spending all this money on and the benefits that we're providing to our stakeholders.
Thank you. And just the last one, and I've had some really good meetings with Priyan, so this is nothing, I feel like I'm getting good outcome, but how do we get across the plans? Because there's a lot of freaked out people about the maps still, the constraint maps, and what we can and can't do, and consents or connections being declined. How do we just get a bigger macro understanding of this?
We just need to be better at how we communicate, and you know, we've got to get ahead of the game, being more proactive with all community groups, whether they be developers, customers, you know, little doing renovations on your house and those sorts of things, and that's what I think Meg's going to bring a focus to. So I think you'll see a noticeable improvement.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. As you know, I love the Central Interceptor. I'm very curious about when we're exiting the sites. Is there any, and how do we balance, it's kind of a little bit like Richard's question actually, how do we balance the fact that, you know, we want to return, particularly where there's been an open space, we want to return that site nicely, with recognising that actually something quite significant has taken place here. Is there any sort of thinking about, you know, are there going to be some plaques or some artwork or something that reflects, hey, this was part of a massive project that is going to be left behind?
So at a number of key sites, I think there's 3 in particular, we've taken some of the basalt we removed from the May Road shaft, and we're actually creating some, I wouldn't call them excessive, but appropriate sized structures. They've been carved by local artists to recognise the significance of what we've done. Typically what we've built though is being buried. It's, you know, can't see it. Where there was a park, we're putting a park back, you know, and then for where we've put them into properties, if we no longer need the property, we'll be divesting ourselves of that property so it can be used. I think, yeah, again, it's still an underground wastewater tunnel. Unfortunately, it's you know, but that's where the videos and all the information we've provided. That story is what will tell the history of what we did. But where the real benefit is, particularly in the northern section, is when it starts to rain and we're not getting those overflows. So the kids going to mags aren't walking through that wastewater. That's the benefit, and that's our legacy.
The legacy.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for all your work on it too. Really appreciate it.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, team. You can wander back and into the ether. So comments with Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Shane and Dave, you can be justifiably proud of that presentation. Amazing. I'm sorry the Ōrākei sewer has been such a large problem child for you, but I just want to say on public record again that the way that you've handled the repairs, the interaction with the community, the interaction with elected members, and the communication around keeping everybody informed and making sure everyone's voice had a chance to vent their frustrations but learn the facts is absolutely exemplary. You know, you've held public meetings. That Parnell Alberon Reserve piece of work that you're doing is really tricky. What you didn't say is the road is actually really narrow. It's got cars on both sides. It's one of those old special character areas of Auckland, and it's just a road that is not used to having trucks in it at all. And you've had to go in there. You've had to take a piece of reserve, somewhere that people walk their dogs and recreate in. And the way you've handled the angst around that and the solutions and that you've provided, you've gone over and above what I think was the way to go. So you've done amazingly well. So I just want to say a huge thank you. Obviously the work's not fixed, but to prove to Auckland that you are indeed, not just with the big central interceptor, changing the life of water quality, but for Little Judges Bay, which has been one of the safest, quietest swimming beaches in Auckland for a very long time, that has almost been permanently black flagged, to be able to change that so that it's a safe place to swim for generations to come is a real credit to you. I just want to say thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be able to move the item. So well done. Thank you.
Thanks, Desley. Chris?
I just wanted to echo, I mean, so very often we have plans for Africa, but we're lousy at implementation. But I think this is a really good example of something executed incredibly well. But I'd also like to take us back to 2010 and how hard it was and how well socialised the importance of this work by the then CEO and the chair. Raveen, I think, had a wonderful ability to demystify it. It was a huge ask. It was an enormous ask of us in terms of an infrastructure project, and he got it across the line, and I want to acknowledge those who came before that enabled this to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and I'll just look, just picking up on the, I've had the pleasure of being down at the Waikato treatment plant and seen the respect and the esteem for which water care is held by Tainui, and just seeing that partnership. And so, you know, that was always really enlightening to see, and something that's really quite special to see, that level of respect and partnership almost. So well done on that. And just look, every right to be proud, Shane, and you know, and you are, and so well done. And just so people know, he ran the Ironman, he competed and finished the Ironman last weekend, and so he's walking and moving very smoothly for a man that went out last week and absolutely thrashed himself in Taupo. So congratulations, and you should be extremely proud of doing that as well, mate. So well done. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thanks, team. Next up is the status on the action decisions from this. Someone like to move? Thank you, Morris. Thank you, Chris. Any discussion? Questions? No. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. And the last item is the memo, or summary of the memoranda. Thank you, Chris. Seconder. Thank you, Morris. It's a very important piece that you get the second dibs at the memos that come through, and we're going to get more. So those in favour say aye, and against, carried. There's nothing else on the agenda, so thanks everyone. We're done early, well, on time. So nice work. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.